Meeting of Council. Today is Wednesday, the 29th of April 2026. I'll start with an acknowledgement of country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation, the original custodians of the land on which the Lithgow communities reside. Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declaration of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, councillor or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceedings as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Public attendance. In accordance with the mandatory requirements of the New South Wales Local Government Code of Meeting Practice, clause 1520, the members of the public attending a meeting of council, A, must remain silent during the meeting unless invited by the chairperson to speak. B, must not bring flags, signs or protest symbols to the meeting. And C, must not disrupt the meeting. Council meeting emergency procedures, I will refer to Director Browning.
In the case of an emergency, please follow the emergency warden's instructions, who will be identified by coloured helmets and fluorescent council vests. Wardens will determine if any evacuation is required and the appropriate exit path. In the event of a fire, do not use the lift. If you require personal assistance in an evacuation, please advise a warden. In the event of an evacuation, no one is to re-enter the building until advised by the Chief Warden. The community in attendance in the public gallery are requested to ensure they have scanned the QR code to register your attendance for WHS purposes.
Thank you, Director Browning. I note that all councillors are present. Declaration of interest. Do we have any councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Ring.
As President of the Lithgow District Chamber of Commerce, I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in the supplementary report. That is EIS for the pumped hydro project. The Chamber has or will be receiving this year funding via the BESS being constructed by EO to run programs to help them secure 30% local content. As such, I will be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Do we have any further declarations of interest? No? Thank you. I'll move on then. I have a set of minutes that need to be confirmed. Do I have a mover? Councillor Ring. Can I have a second? Councillor Goodwin. Is there any opposition to those being moved? No? Carried? Okay. So if there's no opposition, I'll consider them carried. Thank you. I'll now like to move by exception the following: 1.8, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 3.1, and I'm happy to move that, but I need a seconder, please. Councillor Ring, you're happy to second that? Is there any opposition to those? No? I'll consider them carried. I have a procedural motion, I believe, for the following. Is that right, Councillor Tysos?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Procedural motion to have 110, I think you said it was.
Yep.
As number one. Number two will be 2.5 and 4.1, Infrastructure Committee and the Main Street footpath. The third one was the Walgan Road, 5.5, and 1.3, which is the DA for the flats in Main Street.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos. That's a procedural motion that's been put forward. Do I have any opposition to that? No? Okay. If there's no opposition, I'll consider that carried. We'll move straight then to 1.10, but I understand that Councillor Ring needs to leave the room first. So we'll just wait for that. Okay. So we're going straight to the Lake Lyell Pump Hydro Environmental Impact Statement submission. Do I have any motions, councillors?
I have a motion, Mayor Coleman, please.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Smith?
I'll second you.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Smith, you have the floor. What are you moving? If you could please tell us what you're moving.
I am recommending Council rejects the draft submission by Council Administration regarding the Lake Lyell Pumped Hydro Energy Storage Project and endorses the submission written by Councillor Ray Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. You're happy to second that, Councillor Fredericks? All right. Councillor Smith, if you'd like to speak to that now.
The draft submission that the Council Administration released was very scant on reasoning and why they actually were putting the opposition in. Now, these motions were passed some time back, and it was item 25.6 or 25.6, sorry, that was resolved, which was to oppose the hydro. Now, in this submission that's been drafted by admin, there's very little knowledge, very little information regarding the actual project itself because of the opposition. It only mentions a few things about water depth and maybe positive and negative results on tourism. That's about it. That's about where it ends. Then it goes into a session then of looking for consents once the thing is actually going to be approved. Now, I think that's a little bit putting the cart before the horse. I think we've got to work out all the different details on it first. So my submission actually entails going into the stuff first, recording that with state planning to make sure that they recognise that we do have concerns. And within this thing, we'll take in the consents later, and we'll also put in guarantees if there's failure of the project. So that's the reason why I'm rejecting this particular submission that administration's put in, because I don't think it typifies what the council originally opposed it on, and we want to seek more information, and I believe this is how it should be done.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Fredericks?
I am in agreement with Councillor Smith. We all spoke about it in October 24. We all made our views very, very clear. The one that has been done by council does not include what we discussed in this very chamber. It does not give our actual views and opinions on it, and it does not provide any of the evidence that we spoke about here as a united group. I believe Councillor Smith's is closer to what we all spoke about and how we all feel, and I believe that is the one that should go through.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I want to speak against the amendment or the motion. The level of detail in council submission and attachment A is very detailed. It's good to see that council's position balances its formal resolution to oppose the project with recognition that should approval be granted, strong considerations will be essential to safeguard the community interests. Attachment A provides a reasonable approach to risk management, environmental protection and community wellbeing. Council's submission also highlights the important issues facing regional councils experiencing rapid growth in renewable energy proposals. The request for financial assistance, aligned with the support provided to the RES councils, is well substantiated. Council's emphasis on voluntary planning agreement, separate from the shared benefits program, is best practice for ensuring long-term community benefit. The linkage to the department's benefit sharing guideline further strengthens the case for a negotiated agreement that reflects the scale and impact of the project. The tourism impacts, both during construction and long-term operational phases, provides an important focus on the economic implications for the Seven Valleys visitor economy. The concerns raised regarding accommodation, displacement, traffic impacts, potential changes to Lake Lyell's recreation amenities are well reasoned and supported by local evidence. The requests for clear comments, monitoring framework and mitigation strategies will assist in ensuring that tourism remains a viable and a growing sector in the LGA. The questions raised regarding the planning pathway for the workforce accommodation site will help clarify the regulatory responsibilities early in the process. This is a very good submission and it clearly communicates Council's expectations.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Staker?
Mayor Coleman, previously has this been thought of through council matters? Do you think this will end up in the environment, like the, not the environment, the Land Environment Court? That's what I would like to know. Is this something that, because of the letter that we have previously done, and then listening to Councillor Smith and his information, because we cannot keep going to the Land Environment Court. So would this keep, has it been previously discussed?
This is a submission
Yes.
into the pump hydro, which has been made significant state critical infrastructure. They're only calling for submissions. It doesn't go to the Land and Environment Court. The Minister, which is Paul Scully, actually has the final say. It won't be going to the Land and Environment Court, unless I'm wrong. General Manager, would you like to correct me if I'm wrong?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. This is a state government decision. So the decision by council or the debate tonight is simply on the environmental impact statement submission. So it's nothing to do with council approving or not approving the project. That's a state government decision.
Thank you.
Any further debate?
I've just got a question, if I may. I just wanted to know, given the fact that council voted 8-1 against this back when we first came on council, and that has never been changed, can I just ask why on the council's social media, emails and everything that over that submission period and before it, that there was not one mention of advising the ratepayers and the residents to put submissions in on the council's website, media, emails, community newsletter? There wasn't one. I couldn't find anything in regards to where we were going to advise the people to put submissions in. Can I get an answer why, given our 8-1 vote, we didn't tell the public as a council to put that in?
Who would like to take that? Director Elwood?
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. That is a very clear and obvious point. At this stage, I'd have to go back and see if we have not put out a social media statement or post. Then that probably is an oversight on our behalf. And the other piece is also with the strong amount of information that was put out by other parties as well. Sometimes we do consider that in what we put up, but I will take on notice the fact that council did not put it up and look into that.
Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Marnie?
Could I ask a question before I speak, but I might come back and speak to it. Just in regard to attachment A, given that the proposition being put in front of us is we endorse that, the submission as provided by Councillor Smith, if a decision is made by the state government to proceed, does that preclude us from putting attachment A in as a council? I'm just wanting to understand whether that can be a later addition if a decision is made in favour of the proposal.
Director Elwood or General Manager?
Through you, Mayor. Submissions closed yesterday. We had asked for an extension with the council meeting being tonight.
Yep.
We received only verbal notification. We weren't able to receive anything in writing that there would be an extension. So the administration submission, which is business as usual for the administration, we've put that submission in. If council resolves on this matter tonight, as per what's in front of council at the moment, we would then seek to pass that on after the submission date to the Department of Planning.
My understanding, it can be attached as an addendum. Is that correct, General Manager?
Through you, Mayor, that is what we would attempt to do.
Is there any further debate on this matter?
I'll speak to it.
Speak to it now,
Yeah.
Councillor Munn.
Thank you. I put a personal submission in, which is not myself as a councillor. What Councillor Smith has brought in front of it captures many of my views on it as a councillor and also as an individual. I'm a bit concerned about the consultation process that we've had so many public holiday periods in a relatively short period, and really I would have hoped that the final point for the council, that the LGA, where the proposal is located, would have an opportunity to formally speak to that as a council group. Now, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tice have both spoken clearly about a position of council, which was a fairly comprehensive position, 8.1. It is felt by some of the councillors that this isn't the submission going to them isn't strongly articulating that opposition or that decision. If the minister determines that the proposal is going to proceed, I would assume, and I'm going to put this as a question, that those conditions of consent could be then forwarded from us as a council for consideration in the approval process post that decision. If I could get an answer for you, Mayor.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We don't have any advice from the Department of Planning in that regard, but we could certainly ask that question.
Okay, well, I'll finish on that. I'm a little bit concerned with the process around such a significant decision for us as a council to make and a community to make, that there wasn't that clarity around ensuring that there was that final statement from the elected council. And Mr. White spoke to that. We are elected to represent the community. In my personal submission, I reflected on the representations that have been brought to me, as well as my own personal views on it. But I'm a bit concerned that there wasn't an adequate time to capture this meeting and the decision of this council as part of the process.
Any further debate on this matter?
Yes. Yeah.
Just hang on before I give you a right to reply. Councillor Smith, you get a right to reply. Any further debate? No?
Just a question.
Yeah. Councillor Goodwin, your question? On Councillor Fredericks, your question.
I was just hoping maybe the administration can explain something to me. I was personally told by the proponents of the hydro that I was not in their zone, and yet I received a letter from the Department of Planning stating that I was actually in the affected zone. And I've never been approached. No one in my neighbourhood has been approached. No one on that side of Lithgow has been approached. But we all received the letters from the Department of Planning stating that we were in the zone that should have been approached, and for us to lodge submissions.
So what was your question?
Would administration understand why the Department of Planning would deem us in the zone, but the proponents specifically said time and time again, you're not in the zone that we need to contact?
Through you, Mayor, we'd have to take that question on notice and ask.
Parks Energy Australia, I guess,
yeah,
or the Department of
yeah.
Planning.
On both.
Yeah, okay. Any further question, Councillor Goodwin?
Thanks, Nicole. So my understanding is, as of, correct me if I'm wrong, as of this morning or last morning, all of the submissions closed. Would that make any more submissions, such as this submission going in now, null and void as it stands?
No. My understanding is that they can add an addendum. That's my understanding of the process. They can add to it. Is there any further debate on this? Before I give you a right to reply, Councillor Smith, I haven't said my 2 cents. On the 7th of May, which happens to be my birthday, I've made an arrangement with the Minister, Paul Scully, and Councillor Smith will be in that meeting with me, and he will be leading the conversation in regards to the pump hydro. He's more than welcome to bring this submission with him, and we can have a frank conversation with the Minister on that day. Councillor Smith, I'll give you your right of reply.
With the submissions, I think this was a little bit, I don't think it was handled very well at all, because I did speak at the last council meeting, if you remember, how I actually said you had 2 holiday periods in this, and there was quite a few days that were lost through this particular exercise. And also, because of the Anzac holiday, as we all know, this now stretched this meeting to Wednesday, which put this 1 day past it. Now, I did talk to administration on this. Now, if I can direct a question through you, Mayor Coleman, to Sean, Director Elwood, did you not say there would be an extension?
Wrong. Sorry, yeah, Director Elwood, sorry.
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. I did say that we were engaging with Department of Planning for an extension. We had verbal agreement that there would be an extension. As was indicated by the General Manager, we were unable to get that in writing. We could get it verbally. The advice that we had in respect to that was, as has also been mentioned, if we were to place a submission and lodge a submission, which we did late yesterday as a submission of objection, so it was classified as a submission of objection to the project, that took place. If or were there any changes to the submission arising, those would be able to be received by the department if they were made in a timely manner and considered, as we had already lodged a submission and we were viewed also as a significant stakeholder.
Your further right of reply? We're up to right of reply.
I find this a little bit perplexing, that it's not as if previous advice was given on this that we would have this shortfall. Now you're going to more or less look for let's say an excuse to say that it may not be accepted. Well, I find this hard to take. And it's if I had not have brought this up at the last council meeting, I wouldn't be talking about it now, would I? It would be in. Now, you've left this submission right until the last minute. My first knowledge of this submission of yours, of council admins, was only on Friday. Now, you go through the weekend, you go through a public holiday, and then the Tuesday straight after it, submissions in. I find that a complete and utter shortfall. So if we're going to debate the point whether this goes in or not, I think we better have a good long look at ourselves as a council for not dealing with it in the correct fashion. Now, I'm still going to push this forward. I still want the motion to go through. I can go through all the details if you want me to. I can talk about all the information under the sun, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. That's the right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. A division has been called. Those in favour, please raise your hand. We've got Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysos, Councillor Coleman. All those against? Councillor Goodwin. The matter's been carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on. Can we please ask Councillor Ring to come in? We're now up to 2.5. I understand that Councillor Ring, you brought this forward.
Yes, Mayor, I will move it.
You're moving the minutes as they are.
Now I have changed to one of the recommendations.
Yes, there we go.
Actually, want to add a couple of additional points. So I'll give you the points before someone seconds.
Do I have it? Actually, no, I need a second.
You need a second
Yeah.
first.
Can I have a second? Councillor Marty second. Okay,
Okay.
Councillor Ring.
Point 3. Note that the decision to reopen the Walgan Road temporarily was driven by the Minister's announcement in November 2025. Point 4. Note that Council carries the full risk in the event of any incident as our insurers will not underwrite this road, and that the government has declined to provide Council with assistance in the event of a claimable incident. Okay, they're up now. The decision to reopen the old Walgan Road for use until a decision is made on either reconstructing it or building a new road was made by the Minister for Roads in a meeting with the Mayor and the community, being advised for a media release in November 2025. And I like to acknowledge the comments made by Mr. Ebersole and the frustration within the community. It has taken a long time. Political pressure has been brought to bear on this issue to get a quicker resolution without necessarily acknowledging the inherent risk to the residents or council. We have been advised that preliminary works will remove several risks to users of the road. However, the major underlying risk which saw the road closed has not been addressed. The consequences of this are that our insurers will not underwrite council when the old road is temporarily opened. The government has been made aware of this in writing, and the response was that they have similar roads, so we have no support from the government on this matter. The administration have continually requested that the state government take control of the project, and this has been continually denied. The government was advised of council's inability to secure insurance. As I already said that part about they've already got roads similar to that. It doesn't help us. I support the temporary reopening of road, but councillors need to be aware that in the event of a catastrophic event, even if that is highly unlikely, and as we're going into a drought period, we're probably on fairly safe grounds, council will bear the full financial risk. Having users sign waivers will not remove the financial risk to council. The decision to accept the risk is the administration's as per policy 9.1 for enterprise risk management. The administration have the ability and the expertise to draw on to make an informed decision based on all available information, and I'm very happy that in this instance they have made that decision. The decision to reopen the road was made a couple of weeks ago. As elected councillors, we only have to be notified under that policy that the decision is made and that the risk has been accepted by the administration. That's basically all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie?
When we return to order of business, we will talk to a continuing financial challenge for this council. As a councillor, I've got to be clear that our mutual insurer, there is no pathway forward for them to cover a potentially catastrophic outcome. If we're carrying the entire risk, that's a significant risk to transfer to the council and to the people of the Lithgow LGA. So I would like further advice on that before I make or commit to a decision. So I just don't know that we as a small rural council can afford a significant cost if that does occur. There are things we can do to mitigate it. The state mutual will be looking at those mitigation actions, so that's informing their decision. So yes, I've got some concerns about it. Like Councillor Ring, I appreciate Mr. Ebersole coming in to speak, and also appreciate the strong desire to get that road back in action. I've just got to look at it from a governance point of view. What is the exposure we are accepting? And I'd need some further advice from the administration on that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate?
I wish to move an amendment, if I may, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Tysus. What would you like
Thank you,
to
Mayor. I've just passed it up to the Secretary, the Minute Secretary. Number one, on this same, I'm bringing forward my notice of motion, but what I had planned to do.
So as an amendment, you're bringing
As an
forward.
amendment off the back
Right.
of this, given what Councillor Ring and Councillor Marnie have put forward. Number one is still to remain the same in the book. Number two is to remain the same. Number two in the motion still to remain. Number three and number four are different. Number three is note the information from the Walgan Road Reconstruction Project Executive Oversight Committee. Number four will be note that the Walgan Valley community have been regularly using the Walgan Valley Road over the past 12 months in an ad hoc manner and with tacit approval of the Lithgow City Council. Number three is request the Council's new locum Director of Infrastructure and Project Delivery provide an urgent report to the next ordinary meeting of the Lithgow City Council on providing formal approval for the urgent reopening of the Walgan Road, Walgan Valley, for the safe and practicable interim access for residents and bona fide business operations with signed civil liability waivers. This includes escorted customer, supplier and trade access similar to the arrangements for donkey steps. Providing council, and the second dot point, providing council with advice on the possibility of additional works on the current Donkey Steps Road, including the lowering of the current optic cable and roadway at the top of Donkey Steps, and additional upgraded roadway and road safety improvements along the road route. And I move that amendment, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. And second for that amendment? Councillor Evangelidis, you're seconding the amendment? Great. Councillor Tysus, you'd like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor.
We're in rules of debate. Is an amendment is put forward, and Councillor Tysus has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I've moved what I was going to propose later in the evening in regards to Walgan Road anyway. And I think this, and I take on board what Councillor Ring has put forward there, but what I'm looking at is to move the process along where I believe there can be consensus to open both of the roads. And what I'm looking for is we've got a new locum director coming in. Is there a start date for that at this stage or not?
I believe so, but we'll answer that question once you finish. If you like,
Yeah,
or you'd like it now?
But it's before the next meeting is what I'm getting at.
I believe so. Yes, next week, Councillor.
Oh, thank you. So what I'm assuming is that there will be time for someone independent to have a good look at it and give us some advice as to where we head. So this is just looking for a further report from fresh eyes on the whole process down there, given what's happened in the past, the fact that they're using the road at the moment. There is some, I understand from the last, the council's advertised that there's some temporary works getting done at the moment. That can be taken into account. So we're progressing along as to doing something with the road to assist the residents down there. And I think it's appropriate that we get a new look at it from different eyes. I understand the consultants are looking at it very differently as well. We've now got the process of the Great Western Highway at the moment. Whether there's going to be $380 million to build a road down there for less than 200 residents, I don't know, but hopefully it still stays in the agenda. It can be moved. There's a state election. The money's certainly not in the bank, and there's no guarantee that it'll occur. So I'm just looking at the moment for 1 month where there's a fresh report by a fresh set of eyes talking to the residents and the consultants and that sort of thing, that we can hopefully come up with a better solution, a more speedier solution to get the people in and out of that valley given the fact that they've, I think it's nearly 4 years now where we've been still no further advanced on what we're doing, and just still haven't got a better access that can be done. And while the Walgan Valley Road's being done and fixed to a stage where they can use it, the donkey steps can then be upgraded because it was done quite quickly. That can be upgraded to at the top, where we should be able to get some light vehicles up and down that a bit better as well, and heavy vehicles getting up over the top of the top gate where it's quite a problem. So that's the reason for the recommendation. I'm happy if the council supported. Thank you.
Before I go any further, because Councillor Evangelides is second and the rules of debate that he goes second, you've raised a few questions, Councillor Tyson, so I think we need them answered, if that's okay with you. So the General Manager needs to respond to when the locums start. I think that's really important. And he does actually attend the Walgan Road meetings, so it's probably best that you touch on that as well.
Through you, Mayor. The Locum Director of Infrastructure and Project Delivery commences work next Tuesday. And there's certainly no issue, of course, in providing Richard working on a report to the next meeting. Just on point 5, work is, a tender is going out next week for the interim reopening of the old road, and at the moment the timeline is for that to be reopened in Q3. All approvals are in place for that as far as DRFA. It's permitted within the approved funding envelope that we have at the moment. So that's certainly going ahead. There was a response in the management comment regarding civil liability waivers, and we can certainly add that into the report. We did make special arrangements with Emirates where they did have a waiver in place, but it will be a question of as to whether other businesses and residents of the valley would be willing to sign a similar waiver for the Civil Liability Act. Again, I won't go into it too much now because we can put this in a report. And on the other part of 5, there is one of the permanent solutions for Walgan access does, in rework that's been done, does include part of the donkey steps route. So that's already in action. To put in another option would cause more delay, but we'll be able to put that in a report.
Thank you. Is the next meeting suitable, or do you want an extra? I don't want to put him into too hard basket.
It's probably in the next one, considering the locum only starts next week.
If I would suggest the June meeting, would that be?
I think that's more achievable.
That would be helpful at the latest. If we could do it for May, we would, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Regards to those questions you raised, General Manager, my understanding is that the residents are more than happy to sign waivers.
Councillor Evangelides, you second that motion. Then I'll come to you, Councillor Statham.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that people are using the road now puts us in a pretty bad state, because if someone hurt themselves, they could prove that we didn't block it properly and we had some vague knowledge that this was happening. So the reason I second this was the waiver is the way to go. If we're not affected by it, and they are, ultimately it's their risk. They should make the decision. But we in no way should be liable if something does happen. But I think a waiver is the best for everyone involved, but it has to be rock solid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Statham.
Yes, this project has gone on for a very long time, and I've seen people very agitated, very depressed, and we cannot blame them. It's been an ongoing issue now for, I think, 3.5 years, maybe 4. It's coming into winter, so we need to work quickly if we're going to start doing any work on that road. I myself have got here, can we get insurance from any other broker besides our own normal broker? And number 2 would be to get residents to sign a waiver, because I'm thinking, that the old road that has been constantly used, in terms of what could happen when we have rain next, we haven't had rain for such a long time, we don't want people hurt. We don't want accidents. So I think that the opportunity for it to open again and make sure that the best result can come out of that. I think that the people now have to, as much as it will hurt them, it's another cost, but to sign a waiver, because we cannot take the risk. When you have a new house, you certainly insure it. And this will be a road that's had work on it to improve it. However, things happen. So I'm all for getting that road up and going, but I think if we can't get our own insurance people to do it, maybe then we have to work around what is available and see if we can get another opportunity to not have people pay a waiver.
Any further debate on the amendment, Councillor Ring? And then I'll come to Councillor Fredericks.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the amendment. Point 2 makes it clear the decision to reopen the road has already been made. The decision to reopen the road isn't for the elected councillors, it's within the permit of the staff, and it's a joint project with the government and with the task force. We're not running the budget, they've got oversight. At the end of the day, tenders going out, we don't want to slow that down. We want to get the road repaired. Another month, another 2 months. For people that have been waiting 3.5 years, it's too much. We need to get on with the work. We need to allow it to happen. I'm not going to support this as it stands. As for waivers, we had our insurers there, and our insurers deal with Lloyd's of London. And if they're telling us this is uninsurable, no one's going to insure it. That's the bottom line. We either accept this risk or we don't. It's simple. But it is not our decision as elected councillors to accept the risk. It is clear in the policy for enterprise risk management that that decision is made by the staff, and the staff only have to notify us. That is plain and simple. I want the road opened as soon as possible. I'm not happy with the risk, but given we're going into a drought, and the failure of the road before was precipitated by 3 years of very heavy rain, I think we have to bite the bullet and support the opening. So no, I'm not going to support it. I think we just need to move ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Fredericks, sorry.
Look, I was at that meeting. I listened to what our insurers did state. I also listened to what the ex-director did also provide as evidence. We are able to reduce as much of the risk as physically capable. The only thing that we haven't been able to do or won't be able to do is reduce the main high risk, which is a massive landslide, which should, by all the technological stuff, states it won't be triggered unless there is massive rainfall. As Councillor Smith has stated, we are going into a drought. That drought cycle is starting, so that kind of a rainfall would be very unlikely to happen, touch wood. But the other side of it is this road is currently being used by the residents. It's still currently being used. Council did everything legislatively required to block that road. We followed it to the T. We dotted every I, crossed every T. Them using it is not our fault because we didn't close it properly. We did everything legislatively required. We had the bollards, we had the signs up, we have it on live traffic. It's closed. It's closed. They're choosing to ignore that fact and still use it. The fact that our insurers stated plain and simply, as that high risk is still relevant, we will not insure that road. So whilst the decision is with the administration and the administration has decided to go through with it, we as councillors need to take note. It's not insurable. It's not the administration that is going to cop the outcry. It will be the councillors, and we need to be prepared for that because we're the first ones on the chopping block when something goes wrong. I'm going into this with the full knowledge. It's not insurable. That main risk is still there. But this is what that community wants. It's what that community is already using. We've been able to alleviate most of the risks. What have we got to lose? I mean, the community has been made very aware that that main risk still resides there. So when it does open, the community know. We could be travelling along this and a massive landslip's going to happen. They will be fully informed of that. They're fully informed of that right now. We, as Director Edgecombe did say in this meeting, there will be things in place similar to what's on Gap Road. When there is rainfall at a certain trigger point, that road will be closed down. So we can mitigate it to the best of our capability. We just can't actually prevent it. And I don't think anyone will ever be able to actually prevent it because it's an old road. It's the bush. No one controls anything like that. So, yeah, let's just get it done. Get it open.
Any further debate on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment's being carried. It now becomes the motion. So you are entitled to a right of reply, Councillor Ring, even though it's no longer your motion.
I think it's unfortunate for the residents that this amendment's got up. Saying that we've given tacit approvals of acknowledgement of the risk. So we're telling them that if there's an accident, we're aware of the risk. We haven't done enough to do it, so we're liable. I'm fairly certain the insurers made it very clear that civil liability, a waiver will not remove us from that risk. There is a risk, it's identified, we've identified it. We're not taking any mitigating effects on the major risk. We are on the minor risk, but not the major risk. But it's immaterial. If we have to wait 2 months before any work starts down there, it's an absolute disgrace. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. I'll put that. That's the right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Now this is now the amendment that's now the motion. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? The matter's been lost. We now move on.
Could I just clarify? We've decided nothing. Thank you very much.
However, under the new code of meeting practice, even though no one has foreshadowed a motion, under the new code of meeting practice 10.25, a new motion can come forward, but it has to be very different to what's in front of me. And I can't see that happening.
Let me try.
Okay.
The council note the minutes from the infrastructure committee meeting.
Yeah, we can move that.
Fine.
Do you have a seconder for that?
If I can ask a question.
I need a seconder first before we move into the rules of debate.
To be in a position to ask.
So, Councillor Marty, you're seconding that. And what's your question now that you're speaking?
Are we able to still request a report?
Okay. The motion was lost.
So, yeah, that's okay.
That's the rules of debate.
Yeah.
Could we also add that a report on potential insurance issues is brought back to council?
No, that's
okay.
That's exactly what was put forward. So we've got Councillor Ring, you've moved that.
Sorry, one last procedural question. Can a councillor come to the next meeting and bring a new notice of motion?
3 months. You either bring a rescission motion or you have to wait 3 months.
I may bring a notice of motion which relates to insurance exposure.
Yeah, you can do that. But it can't be like that. You have to wait 3 months. That's the rules of debate. Okay, so I've got moved Councillor Ring, second Councillor Marnie. Any further debate on this?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Francis.
What's the update on Kramer Park, the footpath and the other bit near the grandstand there? Is there an update in regards to that?
Yeah, that'd be great. We don't have a director for infrastructure. You might have to wait till next week, unless the general manager can answer.
As chair of the infrastructure committee, I can tell you about Kramer Park.
Hang on, we might get the general manager to do it. Thanks. You don't have an update?
There was,
Councillor Tice says Councillor Ring can provide
there
us.
was a legal issue with the law firm that had been contracted by council to deal with the matter. They have withdrawn their services. There's some sort of issue. I'm not too sure what it is, but the administration is seeking quotes for a new legal counsel to take the fight to the original designers. So basically, the case has been put together to take the original designers to court. They were at fault, or so all the advice is that we have. But we need new legal representation to take that fight forward. So I'm not too sure where that's up to. What was the other one? The footpath? The footpath, my understanding is that the administration have purchased a clip-in ramp to be fixed to the footpath, and the proposed location is the only one suitable because of the height of the footpath. I haven't seen a bolt-on ramp, so I'm not too sure what's involved, but I do know the gradients to meet Australian standards are quite strict. So I would say that's probably the administration could probably bring back some more information on that and make it available. Was there anything else?
Just in regards to that, perhaps the report could come back to the next council meeting on the update of the Kramer Park, exactly what you were talking
Well,
about.
we can put that in the motion. We can put that in the motion if you like, because that was different.
Happy to have that.
Yeah,
so number 2 could be a report in regards to Kramer Park.
Kramer Park.
You happy with that, councillors?
Yep.
Point 2. Just wait for Trinity. Sorry. The minute taker. Okay, thank you. Is there any? Okay, so we've got a Councillor Ring, Councillor Marnie has seconded that. You've asked questions. Councillor Statham.
Yes, just regarding Portland Kramer Park, it's been an ongoing disgraceful attempt to build a footpath and the wall. I've noticed that they obviously stopped work some time ago, but I've never had so many complaints about one subject. It was a disgrace. I think, the Scouts could have built it better. I don't know why people connected it with me in terms of I hired the operators. That is absolutely ridiculous rubbish, and people need to get their right information before they use their head. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Is there any further debate on this matter? I'll just put the motion, shall I? All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Moving on. So you've got a question on notice, Councillor.
Yes, 4.1, Mayor. I just there was a question from the public gallery if that could be answered.
So there was a question from.
It's already been answered.
Has it?
The ramp.
Okay, we might just get a verbal response.
Ramp.
It's been answered here, but it hasn't been verbally answered. So I'm happy for you to read out the answer, Councillor Tarsus, on your question on notice, if you'd like to do that.
No, but just in regards to the public gallery, I just want to know whether there's other are there other options to put something else in, because she's looking for something up at the top end, towards the Bridge Street end. There's only one mobility parking, and it's near the traffic lights, and it's clearly going to be a safety issue for someone with a wheelchair or some other getting out of that car next to the lights. It's quite narrow.
So do we have? I understand where you're coming from now. Sorry, I was a bit slow then for a minute. General Manager, can you respond, or will you have to take it on notice? Try. Yep. Good.
Through you, Mayor. As stated in the management response to the question with notice, the location of the ramp was selected because it was the only one that met the relevant mobility standards. And this was discussed at an infrastructure committee meeting. I also do know that the budget, Vanessa might, Director Brown might confirm this, the budget for the project is fully committed and will be expended. So there isn't any contingency available to add an additional ramp. So we just have to, it's best probably if I take that on notice and get back to councillors once Richard starts next week.
And that being so, Mayor, I was wondering whether consideration can be given to a mobility parking spot has to cater for people hopping out of the car with all sorts of disabilities, as in, bringing a wheelchair off the roof and all that sort of thing. And the concerns were that, particularly because it's the last one up towards the traffic lights, it's quite narrow, whether that's possible, and that it may create a problem. So
I think what we could do, Councillor Tysus, is refer your question on notice to the infrastructure committee as well.
Well, it's Adam's question.
Yeah, so we'll have to take it on notice and come back to Mrs. Adam. All right. So there's no further on that. We've got 1.3 was the next one, which is page 21.
I'll move that.
So you're moving the recommendation.
Yes.
Let me just read out what it is first. It's the 1.3, which is the residential flat buildings and subdivision 214 Main Street, Lithgow. So, Councillor, you're moving the recommendation.
I'm moving the recommendation.
On the paper.
Yes.
Councillor Fredericks is seconding that. Councillor, if you'd like to speak to that now.
I would. The current proposal before council is for the existing car park block to be developed for housing. It's not related to the operation of the former Theatre Royal. Any potential use or activation of the theatre will be subject to a separate DA process when the owners determine their preferred use. To me, this is an exceptional proposal that meets the current housing requirements within the CBD and has been designed to complement the heritage conservation status of this area. Up until the late 1970s, this area had several houses which had been demolished by at least 1982. Only 2 submissions were received post the close of date for submissions, and the administration has chosen to exercise its option of referencing them in the associated reports. The 2 key issues were flooding and car parking for the Theatre Royal. In relation to flooding, attachment 1.31 planning assessment, page 46 of 81 states, flooding, as previously discussed in the report, flooding is impacted from council's stormwater system located opposite the property at Queen Elizabeth Park. This is an existing stormwater pipe and has identified it as a council concern during major flood events. The development has been designed to allow potential water to flow through the property via 3 pathways. The water would then be dispersed through the Farmers Creek catchment. As such, the development would not impose or increase flood occurrence or impacts to the surrounding properties. And if you go to point 9 of the schedule of conditions in attachment 1.32, it does provide you very detailed information on what is proposed to address that, such as upgrading the local pit and pipe network to enable free drainage of the site during events up to and including the 20% AEP event. Local regrading of the site may be required to achieve this. There's others that individuals can actually go and look at. The car parking, page 46 of 81 states, car parking for the future use of the Theatre Royal is dependent on the future use. As it's not known at this stage, there is no requirement for car parking. Development application would be therefore required to be submitted for any proposed use. The location itself is within proximity of plenty of parking. The use of the Theatre Royal is yet to be determined, but looking at design, being on site, this is an eyesore that's existed for the last 40 years. And I think the developer should be congratulated on putting up what I consider to be a very, very well thought out and well designed plan. Thank you.
I need to go to Councillor Fredericks first, who signed. Yep, and then Councillor Evangelina. Councillor Frederick.
Can I reserve my right to speak until after everyone else? All right. Look, I went to.
All right, sorry, point of order. Is that
You're right. So just you want to reserve your right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
not me.
Generally, if you reserve your right, you then have right of reply, which is with the mover. But you're going to reserve it until after everybody speaks. Is that what you're saying?
Possibly not. It just depends on whether or not I pick up anything that needs to be addressed.
So you either speak now or you reserve your right until afterwards. So you have to make a decision what you want to do.
Afterwards, if I could, please.
So else would like to speak now? Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Evangelides, sorry.
Thank you. I'll address just a few things that were spoken by Mr. Partridge from the gallery. When he said he's a representative, he was one of two developers. I didn't turn up to that meeting because I was horribly sick in bed. I even missed the council meeting that week, which I've never done before. He's referring to a Facebook page that I created well before I was a councillor. My last post on that Facebook page was May 2024, so well before I was a councillor. So that has absolutely zero bearing on my opinion. Okay, I know about this more than anyone. Quite simply, the proposed development of the car park will mean the Theatre Royal will never, ever be an entertainment venue again.
Point of order.
Your point of order?
The business at hand is the development application for the accommodation buildings. It is not related to the Theatre Royal or potential future use.
That's a direct impact. How can it not?
I'm ruling in favour against that, Councillor Ring. It actually mentions the Theatre Royal in the report. So, Councillor Evangelides, go ahead.
Move a motion of dissent, thank you.
Yeah, so we're suspending everything. So Councillor Ring has moved a motion of dissent. So, Councillor Evangelides, I'll have to put you on hold. Can you please speak to your motion of dissent?
The business before us is the development of accommodation dwellings on land that has been subdivided. It is not about the ongoing management of the Theatre Royal. Car parking has been put there for the Theatre Royal. This is consistent with the Code of Meeting Practice. I think it's 9.1 or 9.17. You have to stay on topic, and the topic is the proposed development, not the future or potential use of a building that is privately owned. That's all I've got to say.
Can I ask?
No, you can't. I'm sorry. We're doing a motion of dissent. So Councillor Ring is speaking against my ruling, and now I speak why my ruling is upheld. So in the report, it states very clearly on page 26 of 82, it states as any future proposed for the Theatre Royal will require a fresh development application. It's actually mentioned in the report. It's mentioned in the report means that it's part of the business. If it's part of the business, it's mentioned in the report, then the councillor can speak to the report, which is what he's doing. Now, that's my defence in regards to my ruling. Now, what I'm going to do now is put the motion of dissent to the councillors. If you vote in favour of Councillor Ring's motion of dissent, you vote against my ruling. So I'll put it to you. All those in favour of Councillor Ring's motion of dissent? All those against? The motion of dissent has been lost. My ruling is upheld. Councillor Evangelides, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. The developer even confirmed tonight that it will never be an entertainment venue again. He of course based this on his opinion. This is not the reality. The reason it won't be an entertainment venue again is due to two factors, parking and noise. And looking at the management's comments, is anyone in the future that wanted to turn the Theatre Royal into an entertainment venue again would have to start from scratch. And I can guarantee you, no one is going to allow the Hoodoo Gurus playing 4 meters away from a bedroom. It will be squashed. So therefore, if these units get approved, it won't be an entertainment venue again. Now, there's numerous locations in Lithgow you can put 4 units. In fact, one of the developers, Mr. Partridge, here tonight, is actually building 4 on Malvern Street as we speak. The Theatre Royal holds a prime position opposite Queen Elizabeth Park. It has long been the entertainment destination for numerous generations in Lithgow. One of the main reasons larger acts don't come to Lithgow is due to our limited venue capacity. The Theatre Royal has a 600-person capacity just on the ground floor. That's twice of any venue in Lithgow, including that of the Workies and the Union Theatre. There is only one reason the theatre has been closed all these years, because the owners chose it to be. There have just been 2 owners in the last 30 years. The building is not derelict, it's structurally sound, and one can even continue the operation due to a sunset clause in the last DA. I know this. The developer doesn't know this because you'd only know this if you investigated the reality of getting this venue operational again. Council themselves admitted that that was the case. I did that 6 years ago. In the past, I investigated the reality of the Theatre Royal from a business point of view, and I spent 2 years doing that. It's what brought me to Lithgow. When my last offer was rejected, I moved on. I even offered the new owners, of which I was really excited when I heard that 2 locals had bought the theatre. I thought, great, I'll give them all this great information that I spent 2 years and around 15 grand doing. This is business plans, everything, every sort of grant available, everything. And I was surprised that they had no interest in it. And now I know why they didn't have interest in it. To get this theatre operational again, 7 years ago, I calculated it'd be 600 grand. That would probably be $1 million now.
Point of order, Mayor.
Point of order.
Clearly what the last couple of minutes, in my mind, discloses a conflict of interest under the Code of Conduct.
What part of the Code of Conduct?
He's talking about everything that he's done in regards to the Theatre Royal. This is about a DA.
In the history.
He's talking about the history. I don't see
This
what
is
part
not
of the
current.
Code of
He's
Meeting
talking
practice?
about his personal interest, which is a conflict of interest.
It's
So
a
how is it a
history,
conflict?
not a current.
He doesn't have a conflict. I don't see it as a conflict. He's talking about his personal opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order again, Mr. Mayor. Can Councillor Evangelides indicate that he put a bid in for the Theatre Royal previously?
Prior to me being a councillor, I was interested in the Theatre Royal.
Yeah.
I am no longer, and I can say this publicly, am interested in the Theatre Royal at all. 100%.
It's a pecuniary.
Before I was a councillor in my past.
Exactly.
It has no bearing on the current.
Councillors, we need to have, if Councillor Evangelides, if you could just round up. You've only got a minute to go anyway.
I've only got a minute.
Yeah, we only get 3 minutes to speak.
I thought the new code of the new rule said.
Oh, so it's 5. So you've got a minute and 55 minutes. So let's, 55 seconds. If we could just finalise this, please.
Okay, for a comparison, Lucky Mudgee, Alan Kerr, Mark Hodnett plan to restore their theatre as a live performance venue, cinema, and venue for weddings and conferences. The building on Church Street, which closed in 2006, was disrepair. The owners are turning it into a venue, then they're going to hand it over to community trust. Lucky Mudgee.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
No relevance to this.
It's a direct comparison to a town's theatre.
The report, we've already had a dissent in the chair in regards to this issue, which was overturned. The report even speaks about the historical connection with the adjoining Theatre Royal. It's in the report,
It's got nothing to do with Mudgee.
He's doing a comparison.
No, he's not. He's got nothing to do with Mudgee.
Just allow the councillor to have his say and he'll be finished.
Excuse me, Mayor, could I just make the point that when a point of order is called...
I'm overruling your point of order.
I know, I understand that. But once it's called, all councillors need to stop talking. The point of order needs to be heard. You make the ruling.
I've made the ruling. The point of order has been overturned.
But councillors need to be quiet once that
Thank
is
you,
made.
Councillor Ring. Councillor Evangelides, please continue. Your point of order has been overturned. Continue.
I believe in Lithgow's future. This theatre in the right hands can be operational again. This is our Jackie O moment. Can you imagine if Grand Central Station was built out from the pressure from developers, pressure from the city? That's an iconic tourist spot. This is our Grand Central Station. Those 4 units will mean that the theatre will never be. You've got a white elephant. That's what you've got. You approve this, and the management know it. Everyone, the developer knows it. This is the death of the Theatre Royal.
Thank you. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Fredericks, you reserved your right. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, and I'd like to speak as well.
Hang on. Who wants? So, Councillor Fredericks, are you still reserving your right? Right. Councillor Marty, you put your hand up, and then Councillor after that. Councillor Marty, please speak.
I'll speak to it briefly. My review of it, I attended the meeting and I appreciated the information that was provided at that as well. From what I'm seeing, the proposal is technically sound from a legislative and policy pathway. I appreciate, but it relies on mitigation actions off-site for the stormwater management, and it poses questions which Councillor Evangelidis has passionately brought forward, and I'm always willing and happy to hear contrary views. So I think as a point of debate, I think we need to be able to, as a group of councillors, allow people to put their views forward. In regard to those two elements, I pick up on what Councillor Ring said, and I agree totally with what he said as far as its contribution to housing. I've banged on about housing endlessly, so I can't go back into my shell and say housing isn't important. It's placing a dense body of housing in a central location to the Lithgow CBD. So it's got merit there. The flooding, I think people have also, I've banged on about that endlessly. I was on the community rep on the flood risk mitigation planning a whole term before I came onto council and stayed on until its conclusion. People who know me, I've got a strong interest in urban flooding. This problem is clearly identified in that plan. It's not the problem of the developer. It's the problem of us as a council playing catch up on asset management. And a number of, just about every development that's come in front of the council, we've had a commentary about the impact on public infrastructure or the impact from public infrastructure on the subdivision. We need to have a plan. I know there's work happening on that, so I'm not throwing brickbats at the council staff. I know the work's happening, but these are enabling bits of infrastructure that allow for development to move forward and to meet some of those housing issues. Just on the lack of submissions, clearly submissions are not a particularly effective measure on anything in this town. I don't know how we get better at that, but it doesn't necessarily reflect people's concerns well. Noting the presentation from the developer that there's some conflict between the number of car parking spaces that the report's suggesting and the developer is. In a nutshell, I understand where Councillor Evangelidis is coming from. I lived my life as a child and a teenager in venues like this, whether it was going to Saturday matinees or seeing bands or whatever. I'm hoping that the developers, the owners of this property, will still see the value in that structure, but I accept what Councillor Evangelidis has said. Once we build a whole lot of houses around it, its role in the night economy is going to fall away. Unless they've got a clever application of it, noting that, and I can't get the name, and I know we're not supposed to talk about other towns, the Avalon in Katoomba became a significant area as a restaurant. So, and a venue that's not necessarily a musical one. So, for me, the issue is we need to fix our flooding in Western Main Street. There's 3 spots. This is one of the hot spots. We know about it. We need to start moving on that and working with the state government. I can't reject this proposal that's in front of me because I haven't got the grounds to do that. I need to be able to articulate to myself and others why I'm rejecting it. So it is a separate lot. yes, it is. It has an intrinsic value and interplay with the Theatre Royal, but yeah. So I'll leave it at that because I'm just going to go on a little journey down the garden path if I keep talking.
Councillor Statham?
Yes, Mayor Coleman. Well, look, first of all, what we've got to look at on 2 pages, this has been recommended for approval. We don't want to go to land environment. Now, I had mixed feelings when I first read about this. I was a little bit like Councillor, yes. So at the end of the day, when I look at the photographs, I think they're lovely. I think it's going to give that end of town a new lift. And I think as far as the water, I was very concerned about that because how many times have we seen that water? But the flooding impacts on the property from the flooding stem from the council's existing storm water system located opposite the property at Queen Elizabeth Park, which has been identified as a council concern during the major flood events. However, the proposal development has been designed to allow the water to disperse via 3 ways and onto the Farmers Creek catchment, increasing flood occurrences on impacts on surrounding properties. Now, I know there's been a lot of work done there. I think that the developers, I've been with them on a very a long journey, I suppose, and also I looked through the Theatre Royal, and yes, I do say that it is at this moment a white elephant. But those developers own both properties, and I see they've got a very good reputation around Lithgow for being innovative, and I think we need to be very grateful if this goes ahead, that at least the look of the first impressions, I think it's going to suit the environment, and who knows what's ahead in the future and what the Theatre Royal will hold. But over the last 10 years, it's been something that has been just standing there, and it may do that for another 10 years, but there will be somebody as the area grows that will think the Theatre Royal could be like the Avalon in Katoomba, which I agree with Councillor Marnie, and I've been there regularly, and it's a great venue to have some ideas from. So I think we can't say no to everything, and I think that we need to now go ahead and recommend this, and hopefully they will take into account at all times what the neighbours are doing and listen to the neighbours.
Councillor Goodwin?
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. Just a couple of points. I don't think Mr. Partridge said that it won't be an entertainment venue again. I think he said it won't be a nightclub again. Hopefully entertainment will go back there at some point. But I agree it's a complying development, and as sad as it is, but I agree with the recommendation of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Fredericks, I'll come to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Ring.
Yep. Well, as a born and bred Lithgowian, I've had the privilege of performing in the Theatre Royal with my Year 6 for our musical. One thing I remember from that is the mildew smell. I was also of the age bracket when I heard my family members talking about the woman who was abused when it was a nightclub. And then second round of it being a nightclub, I was of the age to actually attend it. I've seen it in its heyday, been there when it wasn't that great. As far as I'm concerned, that owner over there can rip it apart all he wants and make it whatever the hell he wants it to be. It is his, no one else's. How dare anyone here try and dictate to a private citizen what they can and cannot do with a piece of property they own.
Point of order. It's under the code of meeting practice. It's getting very close to an act of disorder. It is clear that Councillor Fredericks is attempting to bait Councillor Evangelides.
Wasn't
Councillor Fredericks, please be mindful. 1510G, say or does anything that promotes disorder at the meeting or is otherwise inconsistent with maintaining order at the meeting. It's been prerogative. Please keep your comments relevant.
No worries. But the matter that's before us is housing. 3-bedroom housing. Family housing directly across from a park. Family housing, 5-minute walk to Woolworths, 5-minute walk to Coles, 2-minute walk to a dentist, 3-minute walk to a doctor's. School, 5-minute walk one way, 10-minute walk another. 3-bedroom homes that families can utilise in a central location. How can anyone actually turn that down? In my view, it's all there. We're being told to approve it. And it's going to provide housing, something that everywhere is struggling to gain. All because of another building. Allow it to go through. They've earned the right. They own that land. They've come up with a great DA that's going to provide housing suitable for families in a central location. So if these families don't have cars, they can walk everywhere. If they've got little ones and they want to go play, they can literally just walk across the road. And that's what this is about. It's about 3-bedroom units. 3-bedroom units that families can move into and be part of this town with.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Before I hand you right a reply, Councillor Reen, there's only a few things that I wish to say. One, there's a lot of responsibilities that councillors have. The only rights they have are bringing forward a notice of motion under 310, questions on notice under clause 312, and calling in a DA. We have a lot of responsibilities, but not many rights. As for this particular item, I will be voting in favour of this DA because it's a complying DA. Councillor Ring.
Just in respect to calling in a DA, at some stage we're going to have a discussion about whether or not we should conform to the New South Wales Planning Department's guidelines, which best practice is to have 3 councillors sign off, which I think is not inappropriate, or to state legitimate reasons. I have knocked back developments before. I've got no problem knocking back developments if there is a legitimate reason. But there's got to be a legitimate reason. When I knocked back the childcare facility, I had spent a week looking at case law from the Land and Environment Court to see what has worked in the past, what hasn't. And under the Code of Meeting Practice 11.13, if we as a council reject the staff's recommendation, we're required to give reasons for that. I still believe that this is a very good proposal. It's well thought out. It's a great design. I appreciate Councillor Evangelita's passion for theatre and live performances. But that's not part of the assessment process. The Environmental Planning Assessment Act clearly outlines what can be assessed and how. And that is what we as councillors have to do. But if we want to knock something back, we have to have a legitimate reason. And it has to conform to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. Otherwise, council will end up in the Land and Environment Court, which I have no problem with, but it'll lose. Going to the Land and Environment Court or being sued as council is part of business. It's part of the risk we take. But this is a good proposal. We should support it. Thank you.
Okay, so this needs a division. So I'm going to put the motion and the division at the same time. So all in favour of the...
I think it should be done separately, Mayor.
Well, we don't need to. We've had this argument. It's silent in the Code of Meeting Practice. I'm putting it forward. So all those in favour of the DA, please raise your hand. I'm doing the division. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus, Councillor Coleman in favour. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Evangelides, the DA was carried. Thank you. Councillors, we move on to back to 1.1, which
Can I-
is
can I move?
proposed. Hang on, let me read it out.
Thank you.
Proposed borrowing and wastewater capital works program. Do I have any motions, Councillor?
I have a motion, Mayor, and that is not what's in the book, but that Council refer this item to the ordinary meeting of Council in August 2026.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Goodwin's happy to second that. Okay. Councillor Tysus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's appropriate. This to me looks very rushed. Trying to get it in it's got to be done tonight, otherwise the 30th of June comes into play, which is the end of which I know is the end of the financial year. I don't have any. There's no information in the report in regards to what we're borrowing the money to put in the bank for something that may or may not occur, and also to address negative balances that will occur at the end of the 30th of June and I think the 26-27 year as well, so which is the next financial year. I'd like to see where we are before we go and do a loan of this sort in a deadline sort of thing. It must be done tonight. I'd like to see what our financials are come August, not July, but August, which will give us a better indication of where we are. We haven't done the draft budget at this stage. All these things roll into what council does and doesn't do. I know that water and is a separate account, but it's one of three accounts I think the council has. But it's I don't have any information as to what we're borrowing the money for in regards to what are if you've got something that comes up where we're going to build something and we go to tender for it. Okay, I'm quite happy to look at borrowing the money, but the reality is I'm not doing anything with the money other than putting it into the bank and getting some interest and paying off the loan. We need to have a look at our financials after the 30th of June in regards to what we're going to do with all these capital works and infrastructure projects that we need to do. But this is just putting money in the bank. It's not actually doing anything. It's paying a debt. And I'm concerned about borrowing money to pay a debt. Thank you.
Councillor Tysus. Councillor Goodwin?
I just had a couple of points. Uncertain repayment timing due to unpredictable DSP receipts. DSP receipts are unpredictable and tied to development milestones that vary widely. Means we can't reliably forecast when the loan will be repaid or how long the council will be exposed to the interest costs. Interest cost exposure with no confirmed rate. The project $1.8 million in interest is based on an indicative rate only, and we have no confirmed lender and no confirmed rate and no confirmed terms. A loan may mask structural financial issues in the wastewater program. I won't speak to that. No alternative options, sensitive analysis provided. Council asked to approve a loan without knowing the lender or the rate. The timing and urgency of the report worries me. We're borrowing partly to cover some past expenditure, and no safeguards reporting requirements or conditions included. There's no requirement for quarterly reporting, no triggers for review if the DSP receipts fall below forecast, and no conditions to ensure the capital works program is financially sustainable over long term. So they're the reasons why I probably won't be voting for it tonight, but to come back as I'll do August meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Statham, you'd like to speak on this?
Yes, I certainly would. Outstanding waterwork headworks charges are anticipated to exceed $3.3 million. However, these payments are received unpredictably, making it unreliable to schedule capital works against unrealised income. Now, I go on to the other page over here, and what worries me is we're in a downturn with an upturn of interest rates, which could happen again next week. We've had a downturn, partly because of the highway, partly because of the way the world is at the moment with the price of whatever you go to buy. I think this is another, here it's got the balance of the costs will be recovered from future development as it arises. However, the timing of which is unknown. This is a lot of money. It's work that I know that is needed, but I just wonder, this is not the right time just before the budget to go into another big loan. How much interest? We paid $600,000 interest on the footpath money. How much interest is this going to occur?
Would you like those questions asked and answered now?
I would if that's possible. Yeah.
Do we have those? Director Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. So the indicative rates, so we cannot, you can only get quotes for loans once you've got a resolution of council to actually proceed with in getting quotes for loans and to borrow. So a bank won't quote. So we've used newsletters from T Corp with indicative rates on there to use that to make the assumptions in terms of what the costs will be. At this stage, based on a fixed 10-year term, it would be in the order of annual repayments of $730,000. And I also need to highlight that the reserve is already in negative. So we have no option but to address that. We will be not compliant without seeking loan funding. So these works have already been undertaken. We cannot predict when development occurs, but the development can't occur without the infrastructure. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. It's not ideal, but that's the nature of the beast, and all water and sewer authorities have the same challenge. So in the interim, until those headworks charged are received, the ratepayers will essentially, those charging, paying for the annual rates, cover that uncertainty in terms of payments. And then we draw down the loans and we repay them at certain timeframes once those headwork charges are received. There really is no other capacity other than through loan borrowing to provide the infrastructure needed to enable development to occur.
I'd like to move an amendment, if I may.
Yes. What would you like to move?
I'd like to reinstate the original recommendation.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
Done.
Councillor Evangelides?
Thank you. I appreciate councillors' concerns about borrowing money. However, the repayments come from the Wastewater Fund. They will not impact general operations. We cannot have this account in the red. It is illegal. It's that simple. It will cause us problems. We will get money paid back, and the sooner that money is paid back, and that's the nature of the beast, unfortunately, it will be paid off. Now, my understanding is a loan was paid off earlier than it should have. There were a couple of other projects that went ahead. Information wasn't necessarily provided to the relevant director in a timely manner, or there was misinformation. I'm not criticising staff. It happens. We have a problem. We have to fix it. Yes, the interest rates can go up, but if we don't get that loan now and locked in another few months, you could be looking at much higher rates. We're still going to have to borrow the money. Taking a few months is not going to change anything, but it will impact on works moving forward. It means that projects that are scheduled to go ahead, funded through this fund, will have to be placed on hold. Placing projects on hold increases costs. So yes, we'll pay interest. We're going to pay increased costs anyway if we put projects on hold or don't do them. Or we're going to be reporting monthly to the Office of Local Government because we've run the account into the red. That is not legal. So I think we need to take the advice on this, run with it. And what I'll be pushing through the Finance Committee is for monthly reviews of expenditure and cash flows for the Wastewater Fund. And if staff resources permit, and Director Browning has now got a governance officer, I'll be requesting that the Finance Committee meetings go from bi-monthly to monthly. This won't be the only directorate or fund that I'll be asking for these reports. I want to know where we're spending the money, how we're spending the money, and I want to see that on a regular basis. I had to do it in government when I worked there, on a monthly basis, unders and overs, and explain why. 12 months in advance. I'd spend the money over these months. If I spent it early, I had to explain. If I spent it late, I had to explain. Staff are no different. It hasn't been done. It needs to be done. But we need this funding in order to move forward. Now, with the budget going forward, it's an appropriate time. It was flagged at the briefing we had on the budget in the Finance Committee meeting. That information was sent to all councillors. The information has been made available. It has been discussed. This is not a new idea or a new concept. It's been out there. So I would encourage councillors to support this amendment and to borrow the funds.
Councillor Evangelides, you second the amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with being cautious about it, but we don't have a choice. I mean, we can't not progress due to this. I've got faith in the management would only bring this forward, given our economics position, unless it was absolutely essential. And yeah, what we need to move forward, and this basically is the only way. If we don't do this, we're in a vulnerable position. So yeah, sadly, I'll be voting for the amendment. Is it the amendment? Yeah.
Any further debate on the amendment, Councillor Marnie?
I'm going to support the amendment. What we're faced here is a task that needs to happen before subdivision can take and housing can be brought forward. Catching it up, I'm not convinced that's the best mechanism. I'll set the negative balance to one side, and I'll talk to that. But I've talked to the issue of stormwater acting as an impediment towards development. Not having this enabling infrastructure in place may cause problems with delays to that development coming online. Recognise, particularly what Councillor Goulburn's spoken to, those points he's made. Yes, they're the risks associated with this. So we've got a non-fixed pattern of this money being returned to us. We expect that there's an outstanding amount of 3.3 million waiting to come into the council. Some of this infrastructure is also rationalising our assets. Now, I'll ask the question rather than me make a statement off the cuff, but my understanding that we recently brought 2 pumping stations into one, which was funded through this process, which is reducing our asset exposure. And we've got 2 options. We increase our income or decrease our operations. And when we got this approach to asset management, I think we're starting to turn the machine over in the right direction. Is that statement I've made correct, if I could, through you, Mayor?
Director Trapp?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, one of the projects was able to build 1 pump station that took the load off 2, and we were able to decommission and remove those. So that's a depreciation, a number of assets that we've been able to remove. And similarly, this year we've been able to build 1 that will replace 3. So we're trying to rationalise the whole way through, and as well enable those developments that we're talking about with DSP charges.
Yep. Anyone that wants to, we've got a really boring moment, want to go through my old iPad with the history of sewer failure in the urban Lithgow, it's an endless video fest if you want to look at it. Having raw sewage discharging into Farmers Creek was never an acceptable outcome. Having redundant infrastructure out in the landscape was never a acceptable outcome. If we're looking, and again, I've banged on endlessly about the housing strategy, I can't step back from it now and say I'm going to put a block into not developing the enabling infrastructure to bring housing opportunities forward. The negative balance is another issue. Now we get there, and I appreciate what Councillor Ring said. It'll be more work for the councillor group attending monthly meetings, but if there is concern within the councillor group that there needs to be more oversight, I'm certainly happy to support that proposition. If we are not allowed to carry a negative balance, and I'll ask a question, do we have, so we've got outstanding amounts that exceed the negative balance, is that correct? Through you, Mayor,
Director
sorry.
Trapp? Oh, Director Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. That's correct. In terms of the projected closing balance for the 30th of June 2026, there is sufficient outstanding headworks charge. It's the timing of when those developments reach the stage to actually pay it is the issue.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Marnie, you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you. So Yes, I'm a very conservative person when it comes to borrowing money personally. I hate doing it but there'll be times in my life I'll borrow money for a house, I'll borrow money for essential infrastructure, but I'm not I don't run a credit card, so I'm averse naturally to borrowing, but we cannot have a situation where we're running a negative balance while we're waiting on these funds to come in, and we can't put a brake on the building of enabling infrastructure. So I'll be supporting Councillor Ring's amendment.
Thank you. Any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Statham?
Just may I ask a question, please? In terms of the outstanding water waste headworks, you're saying these payments are unpredictable. Through you to Mr. Trapp, to Director Trapp, could you explain that in detail just a little bit more so that I can understand that? Is that people not wanting to pay, or is it people halfway through their DAs and building and they have a due date to pay that money?
Through you, Mayor. So yeah, the headworks charge and DSPs are applied to developments at DA stage, and any time from subdivision work certificate or construction certificate until occupation or linen plan release, they can make that payment. So that could be through the life of that development. It will start we'll provide an advisory sort of an indicative figure to say what it is at the date of the DA. But if that DA stretches over 5 years or something like that, like some of these stage developments, the payments will increase with CPI, and that will take, until the development is completed, we won't recoup all that money through the headworks charges. So, yeah, we have to provide the infrastructure through the headworks charges. However, yeah, as Director Browning said before, it's a bit chicken and egg. So a number of the projects that we've been doing, they're enabling infrastructure so the developers can get going. They have got their subdivision work certificates, and they're going through, I suppose, their own decision making about business and how they're going to go about it, when they're going to pull the trigger on beginning or finishing development. But the headworks charges can be paid at any stage between the subdivision work certificate, so approval to begin works, and the final approval from council to have that linen plan released.
Councillor Statham, we can't hear you. If you'd like to speak into the microphone for your question.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Trapp, do you feel comfortable with this report in terms of the money that is going to be requested?
Director Trapp, if you'd like to respond to Councillor Statham.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor, yeah, I'm comfortable with it. Knowing that we're going to be getting the charge back, we will recoup that money to be able to get these developments going, or to provide the infrastructure, I should say, to enable the developments. As we see those get more uptick, and we've been able to contact a number of developers and explain to them how the process works, and they know that if it goes over that 30 June mark, they're going to be getting hit with the CPI. And some of these developments, that's not an insurmountable proportion of the payment. I'm confident that some of that is going to start rolling in, and that'll sort of close that gap across what we're talking about here. Obviously, a number of other projects that were approved as part of the operational plan, we've had to cut a fair few to try and manage this issue, as well as reprioritise a lot for next year and what we're doing. But yeah, I'm comfortable with this.
Any further debate on the amendment or any commentary on the amendment? No? Okay. I'll put the amendment. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Tarsos. I'm going to put the amendment. You can do the right reply once. Yeah, we're only at the amendment stage. So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Those against? The amendment has been carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. You now have right of reply, Councillor Tarsos. We can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Sorry, was the amendment up or down?
The amendment was carried, so you now have right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask the councillors, similar to what we did on the Walgan Road, have a different decision after the amendment. To me, there's just a complete lack of information. I have a look at the report. It talks about if council does not resolve the matter by April 26, the loan may not be established before the financial advisor's June, July 26 absence. I mean, what's that got to do with, like we're worrying about someone going on holidays on this sort of loan. And the fact that it's in negative, this should have been before the council, way before it got to this stage. I mean, you're coming up to a negative at the end of the day in 2 months, and now you want to get a loan to keep it going. Why weren't we told this earlier in reports to the council as a whole? I find the late information, the lack of information, as some of the other councillors have indicated, the projected borrowing costs and impacts of the loan. To me, this is not urgent. It can wait until August when we know a bit. We've got more information. We'll know exactly what we need to borrow for. What are the projects? What are the information? It looks like all we're doing is putting money in the bank to wait for these things to be paid, and that to me is not good financial governance in regards to where this council sits at the moment. And nothing in this report gives me that sort of confidence that it's there. We can certainly wait until August for further information. And I'd ask the councillors to not go with the amendment, but certainly vote against it in regards to this loan. This is not something the council needs to be doing on the death of the 30th of June coming up on the financial year. And it's we just need to not be doing this sort of stuff at the last minute with some sort of fingers pointed at us. You must do it before the 30th of June because someone's going on holiday. So I find the whole thing bizarre. Thank you.
Councillor Tyson, you've raised a few points that has really concerned me. I'd like Director Browning to address them because I still have to vote as well. So if we could please, Director Browning.
Through you, Mayor Coleman. So initial indications of the concerns regarding the wastewater fund were raised in the August Finance Committee, which was obviously tabled to a council committee afterwards. Each month we report on the reserves balances within the investment report. The wastewater issue has been raised a few times during the Finance Committee. In relation to the 30th of June, it's not to do with someone being on leave. That's the end of the financial year. And in terms of ensuring compliance, in terms of when we prepare the financial statements, that the date in terms of when we're assessed on that matter will be the 30th of June. So while that's in there, that's just highlighting why it's coming to April, not May with the, that's the reason why we've had to take it to April council meeting, is to ensure that we get enough quotes from the right number of banks to be able to consider it. I also fully support the proposal to have monthly Finance Committee meetings to have additional oversight in tracking how those development headworks charges are progressing, but also in terms of the expenditure and closer monitoring of the funds and variances overall. It has been something that I've been talking to the Finance Committee and improving the reporting mechanisms overall in terms of budgetary variances.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Director Browning. Thank you, Councillor Tyson.
Can I have a question in regards to what was said?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Is it correct then that in the water and wastewater for the financials for that particular group, at the 30th of June, if this loan is taken out and the money's in the bank, it will show as income?
That's a good question.
Through Mayor Coleman, it'll show as a funding source. So it'll show that it's available cash to fund the reserve. It's not income, it's funding. It's different to income. From an accounting, it's a positive, yeah.
Great, thank you. That was right reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? The matter's been carried. Thank you, councillors.
The procedural motion, move we have a 5-minute break. We've been sitting down for nearly 2.5 hours. Good driving.
Yeah, Councillor Tyson's called a division, so before we go to your procedure, we'll call the division. So, councillors, your attention, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. A division has been called. Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Whiting, Councillor Coleman in favour. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tyson against. The matter was still carried. Procedure motion has been put forward for a 5-minute break. If there's no opposition to that, that's carried. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Move to go back into the meeting.
Well, welcome back. We're up to item 1.2, the draft operational plan. Do I have any motions, councillors?
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Marnie, Councillor Ring, would you like to speak?
There's a lot of information in this report, particularly with all the attachments. So I want to talk to some specific items. That initially what I want to talk to is the concept of a strategic reset year. I support this concept. It allows council to take a step back and review all of its operations, inclusive of a comprehensive review of strategic community plans. The review of the strategic community plan will be done in consultation with the broader community and allow residents to identify what they consider important and what they would like to see. Community expectations and needs can change over time, so it is a good time to take a step back, take a breath, crucially assess where we are and where we want to go and how best to get there. In relation to the budget, all councils in New South Wales are facing significant challenges in their operating budgets, with 71% of all councils recording an operating deficit in 2024-25. But for regional councils such as Lithgow, the percentage of councils recording a deficit in 24-25 was 81%. The funding from the New South Wales councils is broken. And although our Office of Local Government has established an expert advisory panel to assist with financial sustainability in local government by reviewing rating exemptions, statutory fees and charges, service delivery costs, consumer price index, asset depreciation and valuation, and financial performance ratios, personally, I'm not convinced that the changes at either state or federal level that are required to fix the broken model will be implemented within the life of this council. The administration have chosen to deliver works and services that are within projected income and available cash and its reserves. It's known as the bottom line result, which is discussed on page 14 of 82, and it delivers a bottom line result of 0. But we will be having a significant deficit in our general fund of around 3 million. What will be critical during the next financial year will be the management of council's cash flow and programming works to ensure that they're completed on time and do not adversely impact on council's cash reserves. We're doing a lot of that work this year. So I'd like to congratulate the staff in developing the current budget, which aims to maintain services. There are many factors impacting our budget, such as, and this is really important, the rate peg of 3.1% will generate an additional $663,000. That is less than the projected award increase for our staff, which is projected at $742,000. And I would not in any way deny our staff a pay rise. Inflationary pressures from the Iranian war would adversely impact on material and services, with inflation proposed in this report to exceed 4.5%. I read today that one of the bank's economic departments is talking about inflation potentially hitting 5.5% by the middle of the year. Supply of material that requires crude oil, such as bitumen, will be impacted, with costs likely to rise above the projected inflation rate of 4.5%. Although savings have been made with respect to staff salaries and material, these savings are not sustainable in the long term. Continually operating at a lower staffing ratios mean existing staff must pick up the slack work, so the slack or works programs must be cut. That will require significant political will by the elected councillors. Deferring capital works projects and priority operational business cases has helped to contain expenditure. However, continually deferring these projects will result in higher costs in the future. Fees and charges. With respect to fees and charges, I've had numerous discussions with the administration. Although I'm not happy with some of the increases, I understand the adverse financial impact that it'll have on the delivery of service if not increased, particularly in the water and the waste area, where fuel costs will significantly reduce our operating surplus. The only alternative to increasing these fees is to cut services. But what do we cut? Libraries, sporting fields, road maintenance. I don't believe that any of these would be palatable to the community. And I appreciate that we have a community on the lower social economic strata. There is difficulty, but the fees and increases have been quite reasonably priced. We're all facing cost of living pressures, inclusive of council, and any increase will have a varied impact on residents. The council does have policies in place to support anyone in the community who's suffering from financial hardships. The rating structure is something I'm very, very happy about and very excited about. There was reluctance under the last administration to implement rate harmonisation within the LGA when they adopted the SRV increase. I actually tried when that first meeting to get an amendment to bring it in. We'll get some discussion about bringing it in sooner. But now I'm glad to see it's being implemented for both residential and business categories within Lithgow, Wallarwang and Portland. This is a far more equitable approach to the distribution of the rate burden across the LGA. Further work on harmonisation will occur in the following years. I'd also like to point out that approximately 25% of our rates are from the single category of mining.
Wrap up, please, Councillor Ring.
An industry that will potentially be gone by 2040. Harmonisation and the growth of our rating base is critical. In the operational plan, I'd just like to draw your attention to page 82, the review of financial sustainability plan by Director Browning's division. This will include the investigation of implementing industrial centres of activities as business subcategories, which will reduce the rating level for some businesses while admittedly increasing for others. Identifying services not financially sustainable based on community operational priorities, and to determine if reductions are to be made. Obviously, that'll come back to council. Although there are still risks with this budget, I believe that we as elected councillors should support what has been presented. It will require monthly reporting during the 26-27 financial year, and we may, or more than likely, will have to make cuts to minimise the impact on our bottom line if there are significant cost blowouts from the Iranian war. Thank you.
Councillor Marnie.
I thought Councillor Ring covered that very well. There was a lot of material there that I would have spoken to as well, but I won't go down that pathway. I will make a couple of points. Our services are provided through two pathways internally, and we've got an internal workforce which we've got an award increase coming, which again I'm happy to support. The rate pegging will account for that. What's happening in local government as an industry, not Lithgow City Council, is the role that static operational budgets for external providers staying static with CPI creating a service creep downwards. It's generally been creeping in a downward pathway by about 3% per annum. Now, Councillor Ring's spoken to the fact that we've got this issue with a potential CPI inflationary pressures of around 4 to 5%. Where your budget's static, you get 5% less outcome. Your internal workforce will still deliver against their scale, but that's a critical thing to think about. The other thing is, the most sobering stat in there is 81% of rural councils are going to put in an operating deficit. We're not on our PAP alone, and I'm not making excuses. There was a period that this council ran through successive operational deficits between about $1 million and $2 million. I'll get the actual years and I'll bring a report to the Finance Committee. So it's not a new thing. It happened prior to myself coming on the council, so some of the longer term councillors may recall when this was occurring. It's a challenge for the fact that local government New South Wales is a broken system and regional local government is broken. It can only operate with us increasing income from third parties. We can't keep going back to the ratepayer and saying the cost of services are increasing. We need you to travel with us. We need to look at, in this year of reflection, that we need to look on income streams. Like there is a terrific opportunity with FOGO, with green waste processing. We've got multiple councils in our region that are going to be looking to where do they get that processed. And similarly, some of the recycling elements. There's opportunities for income streams there. I don't want us to just travel around the soft options. Let's get rid of the community grants. Let's charge the people playing sport more. We go to these soft targets that are going to bring together a very small amount of money and cause quite a bit of pain. So we need to be looking strategically and looking at the bigger picture more. So I think there's a lot of very good information in these. I know they're pretty dry reads, but they're worth the councillors looking at it. The proposed capital works program, there's some really good stuff in there, but I'm not going to go through that verbatim. But I think Councillor Ring also talked about harmonisation of residential rates. Now, the whole word of harmonisation in previous councillor groups was a bit of an oxymoron. There was a reluctance to deal with that issue. So it's a big issue to step in and to take that forward. So there's a lot of things coming over the horizon at us from a financial point of view that we need to be alert to, and I appreciate the director's commitment to those monthly finance meetings. That'll give us more oversight as we travel through this process. But we need to keep talking to both the state and federal government. Both, we have put a motion through out of this council, which was supported by the state conference for state assistance grants, particularly looking at essential infrastructure, particularly where we've got asset management plans which show prioritisation and risk registers. And we've also got the federal assistance grant, which we need to keep talking to. So there's a lot of challenges for us. What we can't do is turn our back on this and just skip past the what are pretty dry reports, because there's a lot of important content in there. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Evangelides, then Councillor Frederick.
Yeah, I remember early on when I became a councillor, the mere thought of harmonisation was met with smirks, and it's really great to see that it's now turned into reality. I want to thank Councillor Ring, who's always championed this. I questioned it. I didn't quite understand it at the time, and it just didn't seem fair. So, yeah, well done to the management, and I'm glad we're at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Fredericks.
I did want to add another point onto this, but I'll talk to my thing first and then add the point, because then everyone will understand. Reading through this, us being at a deficit of 1.2 million before capital contributions and things like that, but it was having to first, to get to that point, we had to pretty much can $9.3 million of capital works before we got to that 1.2 million deficit. So realistically, we're looking at nearly 11 million in deficit if we hadn't canned certain works. If we hadn't delayed or stopped them, we wouldn't have been able to pay for them at all, from what I'm reading here. Capital works that were unable to be funded.
Can we get that clarified? Director Browning, can you respond? Because I'm a bit confused myself.
Through you, Mayor Coleman. So from a bottom line perspective, if we went ahead with that, yes, we would have been in deficit. So we had to prioritise what we could afford within the income and obviously cash envelope. And there's not always as high a priority for every project. So they were assessed in terms of what was deemed prioritised. But yeah, certainly in terms of what we've identified as projects to be considered for next year. If we proceeded with all of them, there would have been an $11 million shortfall from a bottom line perspective, not from an operating result.
Right, thank you.
The General Manager, if you don't mind, would like to add as well. That's okay.
Through you, Mayor, just to add to Director Browning's comments, that is standard practice every year. We do prioritise. There's no way we can afford everything that would be good to do, and that's standard business practice as well.
Yeah, I only brought it up so that way people, the public, could actually see we are having to already make cuts.
Oh no, I understand that, but for me, I needed to get clarification. As I will continue to say, I have to vote as well. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So continue if you like.
So we are already making cuts. How we're going to try and prepare and combat this whole bullcrap happening in the Middle East, which is making supply issues even worse. I have no idea how any council is going to be able to combat that. It's just something that we're going to have to look at and try and figure out. Now, another question I did have was, Director Browning, you did do a complete revision on the SRV and found a budgeting issue.
Is that correct, Director Browning?
Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. Yeah, so we've identified that there was a budgeting issues in terms of aiming for a balanced operating result, and also attributing funding towards capital projects. That's been addressed as part of this budget and is going to be addressed as part of the March quarterly review.
Can you explain why ARIC didn't pick up on that?
Director Browning? Can you actually speak for ARIC? Don't they have an independent chair?
Yeah, they have an independent chair. It's a budgeting issue, and it's sort of outside their purview in terms of the budget, which we've been able to. So there certainly will touch base on what we've put in place to overcome that. It's sort of outside the remit in terms of budgeting. It's outside the remit of both the external audit and ARIC, and also in terms of how the actuals fall, so which is where really the auditing perspective lies. There's certainly in terms of ARIC's role in terms of to ensure that the budgeting process is sound, but many councils aim for that balanced operating result and then attribute funding. So this is just in response to ensuring that we need to ensure that we have a surplus in future years for those capital works funded from the SRV.
Thank you. I also looked at the draft for the future spending of the special rate variation. I do hold concerns with how much we are spending on LEAP, especially since we are heading into an election, which could completely challenge what we've got in our LEAP documents if a particular government gets in. But I'm also looking at it from a standpoint of this community is currently transitioning, having to deal with the diversionary. And we are struggling heavily with local infrastructure, trying to find funding to keep our local infrastructure up to scratch for use. Which brings me to the fourth point I wanted to add to this was for council to seek approval to minimise the amount spent on LEAP and redirect that SRV funding towards infrastructure as it is now exceptionally necessary.
My understanding is we can't actually do that because it was put forward in an IPART application, and that's actually illegal, that motion or amendment, because it was put forward in an IPART application and it was accepted by IPART. It was part of that SRV application.
It was, from what I've been told with the transition management, that money could be utilised onto roads.
Okay, well, let's get some advice. So, Director Browning, my understanding, you weren't here at the time, General Manager, my understanding is that was put part of the IPART application, which was part of the whole SRV. Could you please respond?
Through you, Mayor, it is clear in the instrument that IPART issues at the time of granting an SRV approval that the funds must be spent on the program that we put to them, which is in a spreadsheet attachment as part of the application. So we're bound to spend it on transitions management. the only leeway is within that. It's it's difficult though to attribute roadworks to transition management. So we would need to get advice if there's any proposal to change the current allocation.
My advice is to bring that as a separate notice of motion for the next council meeting, and then we can get some advice on it, because at this stage I have to rule it out of order. I'm sorry, Councillor Frederick.
With respect, Mayor, could I just, sorry to interrupt, but could I just advise or recommend that Councillor Fredericks brings it to the next emerging economy committee meeting?
Oh, she can do either. So,
I think that'd be the quickest and fastest way to discuss.
Yeah.
What we've got at the moment is putting this on exhibition. I think we could have a very open and frank discussion at the emerging.
She has either. Her options
True.
are.
I just wanted to put the other option out.
Yeah, you can bring it forward to the economic committee, as Councillor Ring says.
May 19.
Yeah, or you
I'm
can
more
bring
than happy to bring it to the emerging economy meeting because we can actually discuss it in full.
And plus, we can get some advice in the meantime. But at the moment,
Yes.
I have to rule it out of order. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I understand that. That's fine with me. Now, coming into the operating result before capital on page 1382, it says that we've had a $2.3 million increase in depreciation. How much of that depreciation is actually from buildings we don't utilise?
Director Browning, please.
The specifics of that I would have to take on notice. In terms of the increase, the revaluation was on roads, infrastructure predominantly, roads, stormwater, curb and gutter, footpath, bridges. So it would be minimal in terms of that particular increase, but in terms of the depreciation we're paying on underutilised assets and buildings is a valid question, which I'm happy to take on notice.
Have you got any further, Councillor Fredericks?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your commentary. Councillor Statham?
Yes, look, it's a very big document, and the attachments, quite a lot of reading, quite a lot of things that people would be happy with, people would not be happy. But the primary means of achieving this benchmark, particularly as depreciation costs rise steeply after a revaluation, is to cut services and programs for the community. There are a lot of people out there that are absolutely irate to read that, which leads to intergeneral inequity as future replacement and renewal costs are funded by current ratepayers. Now, I'm just looking down here. Employment costs, I asked the question at the last meeting. Employment cost estimated savings due to time taken to fill vacancies and a pause on vacancies with limited service impacts. Can I please ask a question? How many of the vacancies have been have you tried really hard and put out lots of information and nobody just wants to work in Lithgow? What is that? Because that is a lot of money, and I asked where it was, and it was said that it was spent on other things. Now, what happens with mental health with our very valued team? There wouldn't be one person on that bench or people that work right at the coalface that aren't a nervous wreck, that they are not implying you are, but it is very difficult to have if you start off with 10 in executive and you ended up with 6 or vice versa. And I can see you nodding, yes, and I think that it is just very tough. So you're better off to be staffed and getting the load taken off unless a lot of work can be done with AI. I can't figure out why a large-scale tree is going to cost $40,000. That is absolutely rubbish. That is too much. I asked for that tree to be removed. It is near the cemetery, near the church, I believe. They removed one. I would have to say get more quotes. A Queen Elizabeth Park master plan. Queen Elizabeth Park at the moment has had a lot of money spent on it. It's quite beautiful. I'm sure that 60Ks can go another couple of years. And without doubt, the LEAP program has been a disaster. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a disaster into the meantime, but when Martin Rush left the organisation, he took his ideas with him.
He hasn't, has he? Actually, I don't believe he has left. Is that correct?
Anyway, he's not working with the Rush committee, with the LEAP committee.
Yes, he is he not? General Manager, please respond to that.
Through you, Mayor. Martin Rush is engaged has been engaged for this financial year as a consultant, working on discrete projects
Working on,
discrete projects.
yes, that's right, not the LEAP program.
Yes, it
Yes.
is. It is the LEAP. It is
Oh,
the
well,
LEAP
he's called
program.
it something else.
However, his contract will end soon.
What a shame. Council office, is it being closed 2 days a week?
Council office.
Council administration.
No, we're 5 days a week, aren't we? Yeah. Yep. No, I don't know where that's coming
Right,
from.
that's fantastic news. I was told it's going to be open Saturday and 2 days a week. So,
I don't know where you're getting your information from,
that's
Councillor
all right.
Statham.
no, I don't either, really. I can't remember who told me that.
Wonder who told you.
I think that was to do with the Portland dump.
No, the Portland dump, they're furious out there. They're not opened on days that the majority of people want to go. People that work 5 days a week spend the weekend doing whatever they can for the children on a Saturday and Sunday they go to the dump. And I think there are a lot of people out there that are really angry about that, and I'd like you to reconsider that, please. I think, and the cemeteries, there's at least 12 cemeteries or 14 cemeteries in our LGA. Now, you've got $70,000 to cover that, yet you're going to spend, where did I put it? $440,000 to recreation. What is recreation?
Can someone answer?
Director Browning? Through you, Mayor Coleman, the majority of that recreation is to do with the Aquatic Centre. In relation to the 70,000, that's the operational business case relating to the strategy in terms of being able to plan for the future for cemeteries.
Sorry, what was the recreation?
Sorry.
440,000.
The majority of it's to do with the Aquatic Centre. So it's sporting
Okay.
fields, the pools.
Yes. And my last one is roadside weed spraying program, $169,000 to do our whole LGA. Obviously, there are no farmers on except me on this because we need to fight that. How on earth? Like, I know the price of weed spraying. I do it every few months and then another few months later on my farm. $169,000, and yet you're going to spend $40,000 on one tree and only $70,000 on cemeteries and $60,000. I don't think that adds up. I'm sorry to question it, so I know the work that's gone involved with this is horrendous, but there are a lot of things out there that, you know, you're going to get so many complaints from farmers. There'll be fires. It needs to be reconsidered. I realise Bathurst to try and try doing something else regarding weed spraying. I've been speaking to some of the councils in Bathurst, but we need to realise that is a significant program that we had about 250,000 in it or more, and now we're dropping, but there's more and more homesteads now being built on acreages, and they live in Sydney, so the weeds are out of control.
You raised a lot of valid points. I think they should be responded to, Councillor Statham.
I think they should be too, because these have come from other people as well.
So we'll get Director Browning to speak about some and the General Manager's offered to speak about others. Are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Director Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, just wanted to clarify the table you're reading is the SRV, so that's additional funding. So that's the roadside spraying would obviously have a business as usual allocation, particularly to the allocation in terms of the payments to the weed authority. So I just wanted to highlight that's an additional program. So the SRV is additional to the normal business as usual.
So
it's not reflective of the whole amount on cemeteries or the whole amount on recreation or the whole amount on roadside weed spraying. So I just wanted to highlight this is additional. It's just the program that's funded from the additional $7.1 million in the SRV.
In terms of the weed spraying, we're still with Upper Macquarie.
Correct.
Okay. And the very last thing, the harmonisation of residential rates and the increase in the base amount by $50 per property to alleviate the input of a revaluation. What benefit is it to merge Portland and Wallerawang? I've been asked that 3 times today.
Yeah, so the benefits mean that any impacts in terms of future increases in revaluation are softened across the whole area. So obviously the more properties you have, the more sharing over the whole bit. So the bigger number you have in a category, the less impact it has. The rating review that was undertaken in 2022 has the reasons outlining the benefits of harmonisation. It also reflects the proximity of services, but I wanted to also caution that rates are not a fee for service either. But there is a element where you need to consider access to services. And the reason why we put them together is obviously they're urban areas, and there's an additional cost associated with servicing outside of that area, but they also have less services in terms of proximity to those services. So that's why we've come up with, in terms of sharing those allocations between business and residential, between urban and basically non-urban.
So, sorry, just one more. One more. In terms of what's going to happen with the cemeteries when they're closed, not cemeteries, the TIP, when they're closed on days that people are unable to get there now, they are asking for a refund on their money. So just to give you an idea how far it's gone.
Refund on their rates or
Well,
money?
No, the money that they spend on using the TIP. Like, I don't have any facilities at my place, not water, not sewage, not dumping, anything. I don't have anything. I'm on a farm. So there's other people that work during the week, and they're shift workers, and they find it very difficult now to get to the dump. And they said, if we're not going to the dump, we're not going to pay our rates for the use of the dump. That's just something that I don't know how you'll get around that.
So can I just mention this is going out onto public expedition for
Yes.
28 days.
Yes.
Those who feel strongly in regards to the matters that you raised can actually put in a submission in. This hasn't been adopted. It's going out for 28 days to be exhibited.
Right, thank you.
Any further commentary from anybody else? Councillor Tysus?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a question first to start with. Where are we up to with the women's shed? Is it going to be done in the next financial year, or are we still going to still locked up at this stage?
I have no.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, as outlined in the operational plan, we've identified to try and assist in terms of finding grant funding. We do not have the financial capacity to be able to complete the building. We're working on a scope of works at this stage, but it's in the order of $500,000 to be able to fully complete.
Yeah. The other questions I have is in regards to what's on page 19, the annual charges for water, sewer and garbage. Collectively, it's $254.20 or 11.6 on average percent. And there's an additional $50. So we're talking $304.20 for the majority of properties. Does that also include because the rates have just been revalued in regards, will the rate also for some of them go up and down? That's still the case. So the average is $304.20, and then there'll be a rate, whatever. Some will get a benefit, and some will lose. And the reality is that they'll some of them, it could be well over the $300 mark or more.
Do we have a response for that?
Oh. Yeah, I'm just saying, through Mayor Coleman, yes, I agree. And I can certainly appreciate that will put pressure on a lot of households. And the financial assistance, we encourage people to reach out. As outlined, we've had a lot of cost pressures ourselves, and we have to address. And delaying those increases will mean that we'll become less financially viable, and we'll have to cut more services. And with those particular services, you can't. They're critical services, so delaying will only cost the community more in the long run.
So, is the council able to put out some examples? As in, you've got the harmonisation of Lithgow, Portland, Wang. If you could give some examples of X Street, I think what we used to do in the past was X Street, and then these are the $304, and that property went up, $100,000. So that's going to be what you do, or that one went down. Are you able to put some examples when you advertise this as well?
Yeah,
for those three towns.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Coleman. We're just finalising the data input in terms of that to be able to put some analytics out there for the community. So we'll have the rates calculator that we normally have, but we'll also do the impact analysis in terms of the impact of the revaluation and the change to the rate structure. So I'll do similar to what I did with the farmland in terms of advertising the ranges and the likely impact. So based on increases in valuation, what the range will be.
Thank you. The other question I had was in regards to workers' comp. Is there an increase in that as well this year? I know we paid for this year. Is there an increase?
Yeah, I would have to take the specific amount on notice, but there would certainly be an increase on that.
The general manager can actually answer that if you like, Councillor Tarsos.
Through you, Mayor. What would be in the budget is what is the forecast increase. We just have to use our best judgment for that. We don't receive the actual premium notice until closer to the end of the financial year, and they review when we put in a wages declaration. So they review what our wages were. So wages are a big factor, of course, in it, and the other part, of course, is claims over a number of years. So we won't have that until closer to the end of June to know exactly what it will be.
Any further commentary on this matter? Yes, Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, just a few, just to touch on base on. I think mostly everyone said what I wanted to say, but the draft operational plan is well structured and compliant. There are some strategic, financial and government risks that I've identified. Just a brief, I won't go into it, but it's operating deficit, long-term sustainability, a heavy reliance on short-term savings, unfunded capital backlog, large increases in annual charges, rating harmonisation impacts, there will be winners and losers, lack of detail on service reviews and asset rationalisation, risks associated with depreciation and revaluation pressures, absence of a clear long-term funding strategy. And there was one I wanted to point out that I did have a note on. It was in relation to borrowing, no new borrowings, but the reliance on a $5.5 million loan this year. The plan states that no new loan borrowings are planned for 26-27. We've just approved $5.5 million before the 30th of June, so this may confuse the public as the loan's effective as part of that financial strategy. So that can be amended. That's it.
Director Browning, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so that statement is correct, but I can certainly understand that would confuse people. The next stages will be to review the long-term financial plan and the financial sustainability improvement. They're all fair points that you have, and it's certainly on my horizon to try and address that. Proceeding with ongoing operating deficits is not the way forward, but it's that, as I put in, building income resilience, rates resilience, looking at service reviews in detail and service delivery model reviews is definitely what we need to do to move forward to make sure we're financially viable into the future.
Thank you. Is there any further commentary on this matter? If not, Councillor Ring, right of reply?
Yeah. There is a hell of a lot of information in this, but tonight we're voting purely to put it on public exhibition. All councils will have an opportunity to go into more detail, raise and ask questions with the executive, or put in submissions requesting changes, or bring their concerns back when it's brought back before council. In respect of rate harmonisation, I spent a lot of time on the last council on this. I spent a lot of time on rates. It's a very complex area. I was able to get Marangaroo changed from urban, from being part of Lithgow to being rural, because it's not contiguous with Lithgow. There are some changes that haven't been put into regulations yet. But with respect to harmonisation, Portland, Wallerawang and Lithgow used to be the same ad valorem, particularly for residences. I can't remember off the top of my head when it was changed, but it was around just before 2012, I believe. My understanding or my memory was there'd been a large increase in value general prices in the outlying areas. And the council at the time decided to lower their ad valorem and increase Lithgow's. For me, I live in Portland, so advocating this from day one means I'm accepting that my rates will go up. But I think it is fair and equitable across the board. The increase and decrease won't be significant, but it is fair. Unfortunately, in revenue documents, it says the fair and equitable distribution of rates. Unfortunately, let's be honest, that's really a crock, because there are winners and losers, not a term I like using. But unfortunately, that's reality. The value of general determines the value on which we base our rates. If residents are not happy with that, they have to take that fight up with the value of general. And from the presentation we had from them, about 50% of objections seem to get through. That's not bad. But unfortunately, we need to be fair. The rates are not a fee for service. Director Browning is correct. It is a rate, a land tax, nothing more, nothing less. They fund a lot of our operational works. We need to bring the rate harmonisation in, not just for residences, but for businesses. We need to be looking at the industrial centres. We need to be fairer in how we apply rates to our businesses. But ultimately, what we need to do is get more rate base. We need more development and greater growth. So look, I'm happy with what's being presented. And I think we should just get it out there to the community and let them have their say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We move on to 1.4, which is Lithgow Local Environment Plan 2014 Housekeeping Planning Proposal. Is there any motions, councillors? Happy to move what's on page 28? Councillor Ring, you're happy to move it? Councillor Goodwin's happy to... So Councillor Ring's moving it. Councillor Goodwin's happy to second. You're happy to speak to that, Councillor?
I support the recommendation as was written in the report. We need this finalised so staff can focus on other areas such as the growth management strategy, which will inform future changes to the LEP. This has been dragging on now for the better part of this term of council. I'm happy with the responses from the staff to submissions that have been submitted. I think we just need to get it off our books. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm happy for the second this. I'm happy for the report.
Any further debate on this matter? Okay, if there's no further debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. And we need a division, so please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus, Councillor Coleman. It's been carried. Thank you. We're now up to 1.5. It's the Council Resolution Action Register. Is there anybody happy to move this? As on the paper, I'm happy to move it. I'll move it. I already like the action register. It keeps us up to date with where we're going.
I'll second it.
And Councillor Ring's happy to second that. So I've moved the resolution. I really like the action register. It keeps us up to date where things are at and we can track them. I think this is a great thing. Councillor Ring, you would like to speak?
Look, I'd just like to reiterate the completion of some actions is needed to be prioritised due to competing priorities, staff turnover and delays in recruiting for vacant key staff positions. We make recommendations, that's for the staff to implement, and the General Manager has to give immediacy to it. But if you don't have the resources of the staff, you can't do it. It's that simple. So I think we have to be reasonable and fair in our expectations of the staff. But it's good to have this here so we don't forget what is outstanding. That's it.
Councillor Fredericks?
I am just curious. I couldn't find any mention for the anonymous community survey for health that was passed back in February last year. That has never come to fruition.
I think that was on the... Was that on the last register? Can we get a response to Councillor Fredericks?
Through you, Mayor, I think we need to take that on notice and just check our records.
We'll come back to you. Yep. Thank you. I think it's important that we follow that up. Absolutely. Is there any further commentary on this matter? No? I don't need a right or reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. We're now up to 1.6, which is the Active Regional Communities Grant Application Youth Transition Hub and Pathways Program.
I'd like to move it with a couple of amendments, if I may.
Sure, what's your amendment?
I'd like to delete point 5 and replace it with Note that the execution of any successful grant applications by council officers will not proceed until the successful outcomes are reported to council and council endorses the acceptance of the grants if it is obtained. An additional point 6, that all councillors will be forwarded a confidential copy of the grant application once submitted.
Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Fredericks, yeah. Councillor Ring?
This report, as written, should have been tabled at the last Emerging Economy Committee meeting, which unfortunately had to be postponed. And at that meeting, there would have been a lot more in-depth discussion. I can see great potential in this grant if it's successful, depending on how it's written, and great outcomes for our community, particularly youth who are at risk of dropping out of school, Indigenous residents, disabled residents, and those with learning difficulties. We were sent out a memo today. I don't know if that was put up on the public page. It was put up on the web page, giving us some ideas of where they're heading with it, or the administration is. I've actually responded to the executive on my thoughts with some changes, and some of those changes are already being discussed. I think if we get the right mix and don't lock ourselves into anything too tight, where there's no wiggle room, then it'll be good. But with all these grants we're going for, we need to be sure when it comes in that we're happy with it and that we do have the money. We have a number of grants out at the moment against the SRV fund for transitioning. We need to be ensured that we do not overcommit if we don't have the money. So we just need to be careful of that. But I'm happy to support this going in. With getting that information out next week on what was submitted, we can talk about it at the next EEC meeting on the 19th of May. So basically that's all I got to say. I think it's well worth pursuing.
Councillor Fredericks?
Look, the only thing that really kind of got me a little bit was council contribution of $240,000. I just read that we're 1.3 million deficit, and now we've got to contribute $240,000. Like, it may be out of leap, but if we're having to can so many operational things, but we can afford $240,000 for this, it's making me question a lot, especially when there's so many of there's so much infrastructure under pressure, crumbling, and we're putting $240,000 into this. I mean, realistically, is it something that we can afford and continue to afford? Like, is this coming back to the administration for their pre-approval before it's being lodged?
It'll come to us, Council. That's the extra point.
No, the lodgement will occur on Friday. That's the deadline. But if it's successful, it comes back to the council for the council to make a final decision, which is the same that we've done on every grant application, which requires a co-contribution.
So it'll come back.
All right, because I'm kind of at that mind frame now with our financials that if we can't contribute, we don't get it.
Just get the general manager to respond. But my understanding of the extra 2 points that Councillor Rings put in is we actually have the final say. So we can apply for the grant, but we don't actually have to then follow it through if the council feels that we can't afford the co-contribution. Okay, but we need to be in it to win it. But General Manager would like to touch on that as well.
Through you, Mayor. One of the original intents of the Transitions Management Fund and program as part of the SRV was to have funds available to leverage what the 1.6 million that was originally in transitions management, to put some of that aside. So effectively, in this case, if we were successful and if council accepted a grant, we would be gaining over $1.4 million, a $1.4 million program for a council investment of only $240,000 and we do hold funds in the LEAP reserve for that purpose. But again, it's council's decision. If the grant goes in, then it will come back to council.
Any further? I've got a matter arising as well I need to mention in regards to this issue, but Councillor Money?
Just for those people who don't know my background, I've worked in local government since 1994 and been a grant writer since 1995. Co-contributions are central to successful grant applications. It's a percentage of, and so we've got a 4-to-1 ratio, which is a good outcome. We spoke earlier on that we can't keep going back to residents to dip into rates. We have to develop other income streams. Each year I have a target within my team at work. Seeds around the $500,000 mark. We don't always get there, but we work to get there because we cannot go back internally to ask for that money. The only danger with grants is they can take you down a pathway that isn't where you want to go, but there's money available for it. So that's where the judgment comes into play. When you can get nearly $1 million of activity, which isn't coming out of the rate space, that's a significant outcome. If there's a target which is looking at pathways for young people, for vocational training and so on, I'm pretty supportive of that. I also like the fact that we're looking at a hybrid delivery model with the Hoskins building. I don't support us just moving over there as a staff block and occupying a building that's been set up for training and education. So there's an opportunity to hybridise that. We can have staff there as well. So I think there's opportunities there. I think the main thing we as a council, it doesn't happen with every council that these grants actually come to the council. They generally decided at director level almost. So we've got a large amount of oversight over this to say, okay, we'll put your application in, we'll get more information, you need to convince us of the merits of it, and if we're successful, so be it. There is money that's set aside, as my understanding with the special rate variation and IPART's decision was we need to stay within our lanes as far as what we told the community we're going to expend it on. So if it's coming out of the SRV and we can use it for some of the outcomes that are suggested here, I'm still very open to this, and we need to get significantly greater amounts of income out of grants into this council because we've got the wrong scales to deal with the asset exposure we've got. And if we can't get income, we're not going to be able to provide these types of services. And that's where we go back to what we talked about a couple of reports back, where we start cutting services. So rates are going up, but we're cutting services. So this is some way to keeping some of those service levels moving forward. So I'm supportive, but I'll await what happens. I want to see clearly that there's partnerships with other vocational training. So I want to see TAFE New South Wales have some involvement as well. We're not vocational training specialists, so we might enable and facilitate some of those partnerships, but that's a concern. And the other consideration, we just need to make sure that we've actually got the project management staff. If we keep large amounts of grants arriving, we've got to make sure that we've got staff that can actually administer them and deliver them, and they don't disappear into a back corner and fall behind time and all sorts of things happen. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll look forward to getting a bit more detail on it.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Councillor Statham?
Yes, reading through this, I was a little bit perturbed in a way that health and aged care pathway activity, like we're not nurses, we're not doctors, we're not any sort of physicians or social workers or anything as far as I know around the table. I'm just wondering where that came from. That seems to be leading off in a different direction to what we're used to.
Where are you referring to, Councillor Statham?
Page 42.
Yeah, it's in a couple of points.
Health and aged care pathway. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but what our situation is right now, we don't need to be trying to be doctors or social workers
Oh, okay.
or aged care facilities.
No, sorry, I did miss that. General Manager, would you like to respond, please?
Through you, Mayor. My understanding is that's related to training, helping, pathways to have staff in those areas, not council engaging in, for example, a health, employing doctors or running an aged care facility, for example. It's not to do with that. It's more to do with training pathways for people to be qualified and able to work in those industries.
Councillor Statham, we can't hear you. Can you please?
So who would we have to mentor these people and, and coach them? I mean, that's a huge job in the aged care facilities.
General Manager, could you respond, please?
I think it's probably best if I take that the whole question on notice and just provide information to all councillors in the next day or two.
Any further commentary on this matter or any debate? Councillor Ring, did you wish to write a reply?
Of course I do. And I won't even try and be quick. No, I'm not going to be brief. No. Look, with respect to the health and aged services, I see this project similar to the funding that the Chamber's got. We're not a training body, that we will be bringing in people to run these courses. It'll be done in partnership. I see this as an advantage to the community. 1.2 million or 1.24 for this, $500,000 with the Chamber. There's nearly 2 million over the next 3 or 4 years going into additional training in our community. That's good. But it means working with other organisations. So we all have to, out there, stakeholders all have to work together. And I agree with Councillor Marnie, and I've agreed for a long time that the use of the Hoskins building should be hybrid for staff and for training or educational community facilities downstairs. It's a great outcome for that building. It's a great outcome for the staff who are working in substandard conditions at the moment. I appreciate Councillor Frederick's frustration with the lack of money. But for any councillor who's been in council longer than this term, that's a fact of life being in council. There is never enough money. The SRV has achieved some good things, and there have been some good outcomes with LEAP, although I have issues with it. That's a very sort of ideological issue, but there have been some good issues and results come out from all the programs. But putting in an SRV, increasing rates, and then using that money to fund new works did not fix our underlying structural problems. 10 years of deficits are not wiped away by increasing expenditure and revenue. So we have, and that'll be part of the financial sustainability work that Director Browning will be doing in the next 12 months, so we can try and get into a more stable position. But as a council, we're never going to have enough money. That's the reality. If the federal government actually did the right thing and increased the federal grants to 1% of GDP, we would not have a problem. If the state government, all of them, regardless of their colours, did not continually dump their responsibilities onto us without funding, we would not be in this problem. We have to make difficult decisions. This is a boon for our community if it's done properly, if we get it. And I will say once again, as soon as we get a grants policy, not a problem, Director Browning, but we need that grants policy. 240,000 is within the General Manager's delegation. He doesn't have to bring it to council. I respect the fact that he does. I think we need that transparency in this council and the community. But ultimately, we'll make the decision moving forward if it's successful. We've had a number of grants put in front of us, some very short notice. We first got on council and had 2 or 3 grants rammed in our throat before the meeting. There is a problem. They do come up short term, but we need a policy that says, here are our key priorities moving forward. These are the sort of grants that we will attract or go after. So I think this is well worth pursuing. May need refining, but I have trust in the administration. They'll do the right thing. If not, I've got a nice boot at home. It's all good. It's late. But I think there'll be a lot of accountability moving forward. And I do have confidence we can make this work if it's done in a way that's not that tight, that locks us in without any wiggle room. Because if things change, and they will, we don't want to be able to not respond. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. That's the right reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move on. Oh, I've got a matter arising. Can we put that up, please? So, my matter arising, if you've got it there. I'll just wait till it comes up. Okay, so I would like to move, if I get a seconder, that Council endorses a submission, if time permits, to apply for the New South Wales Community Building Partnership 2026 grants to look at upgrading local sport and recreation facilities, and authorise the General Manager to finalise the project scope, budget, supporting documentation, a lodgement of the application, including minor amendments required to strengthen the alignment with grant guidelines and assessment criteria. And I'd like to add another point, which is refer this to the Sports Advisory Committee.
No, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. I came across this grant when I was doing some document reading just recently, and I thought I would take the opportunity to bring it forward tonight, because often at the Sports Advisory Committee, they're often talking about improving sporting fields. And I thought, well, while we're talking about youth transition and our youth, I thought we need to also look at this possible grant as well. So that's why I've brought it forward. And thank you, Councillor Goodwin, for seconding that for me. Yeah. So, Councillor Goodwin, if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard. Thank you very much for bringing it forward. This would be an awesome grant to go for our sports community and our sports people. Not only accept what Mayor Coleman has to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further commentary on this? Yes, Councillor.
I have a question. You may not be able to answer it, but does this grant application require co-contribution?
I'm not aware. Do you know, General Manager?
To my knowledge, it does not require a co-contribution.
Okay, well, that's fine. Could we add an additional point, just in the event, similar to what I put up as 0.5 for the last one, but just change it in the event a co-contribution is required, that execution, and then the same as 0.5.
Yeah, happy to accept that.
Just as a safety thing,
No,
just
I have
so
no
we're
problem
covered.
with that. But I thought I'd take advantage of the fact that this is in front of us.
No, look, I think it's
And
good.
I came across it because I actually trawl through the grants funding bodies myself, and I picked this up when I was going through, some documentation online.
Yep.
And I thought, you know what, we talk about this all the time at the Sports Advisory Committee.
No, look, to me, it's just a safety valve. If there is a co-contribution, it doesn't wipe it out. We just have to make a decision when it comes through. On where
The
the
General
funds come
Manager's just checked there is no co-contribution.
from. Okay, then don't worry about the additional point. Sorry, Trinity. You can hit me later again. Even up the face.
All right. You're okay with that? I think that, as I said, we need to look after our sporting community. Is there any further debate on this matter? Councillor Marty, I know that you're interested. You're all right with it?
No, I won't add any commentary. I appreciate what Councillor Goodwin said as well. Yep.
Anybody else? No? Okay, I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We'll move on to 1.7, I believe. This is the investment report, March 2026, page 44. Do I have any motions, councillors?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendations, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ring, you're happy to second? Councillor Money?
I won't go through all the details, but again, I appreciate the fact that these details are provided as far as our cash position, which we talk about this every meeting, being an undulating element where we'll get large amounts of payments going out to suppliers, smaller amounts of rates coming through. I will note a couple of things, and this is coming out of the SRV, and this was a commitment that was made to the community in the SRV that we would also invest in playgrounds and parks. So I'm noting that just over 360,000 was spent on 3 new playgrounds, which is a great outcome. We need to keep giving these things visibility. They are important to people within the community. Whilst there's other costs in there, I think they're a bit of a highlight for this meeting, this month's report. The other thing is, I was very pleased with the presentation we got out of the growth management strategy, particularly around the housing strategy component. Grateful is a word that came to mind, that we're actually on the cusp of having a plan for how we're going to go forward with housing, and it's critical that we do have that. So there are times that the LEAP program is sometimes characterised as being a bit of an empty vessel. The growth management strategy is sitting inside that funding, which is really important, and along with all the employment land planning as well. So I won't go through all the nuts and bolts, but again, I made a note for myself, and the thing that keeps coming through is that 81% of our rural councils are delivering operational deficits. That tells us there's a bigger problem in the local government sector in New South Wales, and I would be very surprised if it's our state alone. Where we go forward with small regional councils, we're in a sort of medium size in a way, but we're a 20,000 population, but those very small councils, I've got no idea how their financial pathway from here on. So there's bigger reform that needs to go on in local government at both the state and federal, and we're conscious of it as a group of councillors, but yeah, but I'll leave it to that for tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Councillor Ring?
No.
Thank you. Any further commentary on this matter? No? I don't think you need to write a reply, Councillor Money. I'm happy if you're happy for me to put it. So I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Now we come down to 1.9. Councillor Statham, you expressed an interest in this particular one. Would you like to move something? If you could put your microphone on.
Yes, this particular policy. Well, no, I would like to move something else that will be the opposite to what's here. Well, at least to a trial period for three or 6 months.
So what would you like to move?
Well, here I'll just read the alternate fuel rebate policy was adopted some time ago when I was on council earlier on, and yes, there was a lot more people using coal, and it was a great idea to get people to use different form of heating, a cleaner form of heating. Now that provided a lot of people that were very grateful to have that little bit of money to help replace their coal in their boiler room.
So can I help you here? Would you like that council obtain policy 5.7 alternative fuel rebate instead of rescind, retain?
Yes, I do not want to. If I can get somebody to second this, I'd rather be able to not rescind it and keep going.
And retain. So
yes,
that
retain.
Are you happy for me to help you? So you'd like that council retain policy 5.7 alternative fuel rebate. Is that what you'd like to move?
Yes, but have a 6 or a 12-month time frame so that if it's not successful, then cancel it.
So at a trial, 12 months base, like in a trial process of 12 months?
Yes.
Is that what you'd like to move?
The community need to know about this because there are a lot of people building new homes that some may or may not be in an area where they can use wood, certainly not in where they can use coal, but there are a lot of people out on acreages and that still use coal. And, it's something that's helped make Lithgow over the years, but it's an inactive policy at the moment because it hasn't been, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't seen any form of ads about this for a very long time.
Just so that we stay within the rules of debate, I will second this for you, if you're happy for me to do that. So I'll second the motion that you put forward. Okay, so I'll second that. We'll come back to you now, and you're saying that you wish to retain the policy for a further 12 months in a trial period. I've seconded it for you. So we'll come back to you. Is there any further you'd like to say?
No, but it needs to be advertised. It needs to be in the rate notices, in the Village Voice, anywhere that people, we all need heating. So it's a little bit to give up to try and help pensioners move from a wood fire to something more to better. Now, it may not be successful. I do not know. But it was successful, very much so. We're not that dirty town as you come down the scenic now because people have lost their right to have a coal heater. I personally have still got my boiler, but I think that it's time that we try and produce some sort of policy that will allow people to put their hand up to come and ask. I don't know how much the rebates were now. I can't remember. But it doesn't have to be much. It might only be a $50 rebate, and you might only get 4 people want it. But it's a choice I think the people and the ageing people of our district need to have.
Thank you. Now, I second that for the purpose of debate, so I don't need to speak to it. I understand where you're coming from. Is there any further debate on this? Councillor Tassos?
I just wanted to know how much the rebate is and whether it's still in there.
Yeah, I think the General Manager should respond to that. Would you like to speak to Councillor Tassos?
Through you, Mayor, I was just trying to scan through the policy directly.
$1,000. There we go. We got it. Okay, so $1,000 and $1,400 for a pensioner, Councillor Tassos.
Thank you. And when was the last time someone claimed the rebate?
Do we have that?
I'll have to get back on question on back to you on that. But what I can say is that I have personally only seen, I think, one query of this policy come through in the last 6 or 7 months.
General Manager, did you wish to?
Through you, Mayor, just to add to that, there is no current budget for this program, which was another reason to put it to council to rescind it. Should council wish to retain the policy and promote it for a 12-month trial, we would need to look at council's discretionary expenditure budgets, and of course there's not too many of those, and find a budget to fund the program for a 12-month period.
Okay, any further commentary on this matter?
I'd like to move an amendment. I'd like to defer this matter until the next council meeting, until we can get some more information from the council regarding the potential impacts, what money needs to be, and it's consistent with the Code of Meeting Practice.
Yeah.
Basically what the potential costs are, what we would have to cut, whether or not it's possible to actually reduce the current rebate. When was the last time it was done? How many rebates have been paid out? I don't know if there's that much demand out there now. I don't know how easy it is to get coal now. But I would prefer to defer it to the next meeting until the administration can provide answers to questions that have been raised tonight.
No, that's a valid point. Can I have a seconder for the deferral?
I just asked whether the mover and seconder are happy with that.
Yeah, I am. Are you happy with that?
Sort of answers your question.
No, because anybody wanting to get something now, it's starting to get cold and they want to make a decision. You know, I don't mind if you even cut the rebate in half. At least something should be available.
So, well, Councillor Evangelides has seconded the deferral. I saw his hand up. Councillor Statham has said no, so we've got an amendment now. So you've spoken to the Councillor Ring.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. And Councillor Evangelides, you've now seconded that amendment. Would you like to speak to it? No, you're happy. Would anybody else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Marnie?
Just to acknowledge councillors who were part of that decision, it made a significant change to air quality. So Councillor Statham is probably one of the few councillors, maybe Councillor Ticehurst may have been around as it was tailing out, but it shifted air quality in winter in Lithgow significantly. So I take my hat off to those councillors who made that decision. I'll support the amendment and understanding Councillor Statham's concerns that we're closing in on the colder months. But I just want to get a clear picture where we should be setting the rebate at and how we're going to fund it. But I appreciate Councillor Statham bringing the matter up.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate on the amendment? All right, sorry, Councillor Tyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm quite happy to support Councillor Statham's motion because it just puts it out for 12 months, and we can come up with there can be a notice of motion come forward to address the issues in regards to the finances and the numbers and all that sort of thing. I'm sure the council had been more than likely to put a report back into answer some of the questions that Councillor Ring's asking. So,
unfortunately, under the Code of Meeting Practice 310, they actually have to defer it to get the answers now. So I understand where you're coming from. I've got the amendment in front of me, so I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare the amendment carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. You have right of reply, Councillor Statham, if you'd like to speak anyway now.
Well, I think it's something that we don't help our community very much in terms of giveaways. This is not a giveaway. It's one way to determine how people live, what they can afford, and more importantly, there's 3 ladies live in a street in Lithgow next to each other that still use wood, and they now have to get somebody in to put the wood in the fire. It's in an old area of Lithgow, and so now they're not doing that. They're just getting blankets. So we have to be very careful what we vote tonight, because at the end of the day, we are all comfortable. We're all okay to go to bed of a night or have a rug over your legs during the day. But, you know, this is something that was very popular when subdivisions were being made, and it's something that we brought in back in about 2012, I think. I'm not sure of the date. And yes, there was quite a few people, and then there was a big lull. But we need to make sure that people have a choice.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on. My understanding is that 2.4, Councillor Fredericks, you brought this to our attention. You wanted to speak to it and move something?
Yes. As the minutes state, we did have a discussion about the 16 Days Against Gender-Based Violence campaign.
So are you moving?
Sorry, I'm happy the second.
Yeah, So are you moving the minutes as they stand?
Yes.
I just needed to get
Sorry.
that. That's okay. It's a long night. And Councillor Ring is seconding that. Sorry, I needed to follow procedure, Councillor Fredericks.
It's all good. It's all good. It was quite an interesting discussion that we had around the 16 Days Against the Gender-Based Violence campaign. Sadly, for it to occur, it's going to take a lot of donations, so that way the groups organising it can actually organise it. It was discussed during the minutes during the minute meeting. Oh my God, I'm so tired, it's not funny. That there will be a like a QR code or something put on council's webpage for anyone that wants to go and donate, so that way they can actually do the 16 Days Against Gender-Based Violence. What else I spoke about? We were talking, I think we also spoke a bit about the homeless protocol, in that the rough sleeping, how the agencies that we need to really get involved with to start addressing the issue, which was New South Wales Police, DCJ, Council. We did just note the report on that, but what I will say is the next Crime Prevention Committee meeting will be rather good because we will actually have statistics on the statistics. So I'm actually looking forward to that. The new Chifley Command Chief has actually said she will break down the statistics, both the perpetrators and the victims, so that way we can actually start getting a proper idea on the crime being committed into our local area, who's committing it, who's on the receiving end of it. So it looks like we'll actually be able to start moving forward on how to address the cause instead of trying to catch up with the symptoms.
Councillor Fredericks, thank you. And Councillor Fredericks is doing a good job chairing that meeting, so congratulations to you. Councillor Ring?
I did actually sit in on this meeting where this was being discussed. As a result of that, I've actually enrolled to do the DV course with Officer LG New South Wales. It's over three weeks. I think I'm starting that next week. What came out of that discussion was the failure of state government service providers who are supposed to be assisting us in this community failing to come up. They're causing problems for us, for our rangers, particularly in relation to homelessness. And they're causing problems for the police because they're not providing the level of support they needed. When the inspector came and visited us at the last workshop, I raised that with her and she is going to pursue that. They're paid to do a job. I don't care if they're in Penrith. We're part of their domain. They need to get their backsides up here and service our community. If a new inspector can help make that happen, then I'm all for it. That's it.
Councillor Marnie, you put your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Appreciate the work of the councillors on this committee. I'll always pose this question: why homelessness finds itself in the Crime Prevention Committee. I'm a little bit unclear. As I've stated previously, when did homelessness become a crime? People may be involved in crime who are homeless, but I would hope we got a better home for this. And occasionally I'll take people for a drive around neighbourhoods where homelessness is not also just living rough. It's not being in housing that is suitable for your needs. The 1970s clapped out caravan in the back of someone's yard is not in most people's ideas of home. Neither is the van that can't get registered, but it's parked in someone's backyard again. We've got an emerging issue with inappropriate housing or homelessness, and I'm not sure that this is the forum to place that focus on it. So I'll leave it at that, but I thank the councillors for their work on the other issues, and I also thank the police representations that come to our workshop to talk to us about how policing is operating at the moment in our LGA.
Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Stake?
Yes, Mayor Coleman. Look, homelessness is a tragic lifestyle for anyone. When the one particular gentleman was on the footpaths in several different areas in Lithgow, the police were amazing. Now, I don't know who is in charge of who tells us what policy is. There has to be a policy for council that we can follow. I think every different council probably has a different policy. But I'm thinking, what are the statistics, Councillor Fredericks, if they haven't been providing the statistics, I never attended a crime committee meeting in 10 years where the statistics weren't available. I'm very shocked.
Yeah, can I redirect Councillor Fredericks if you'd like to comment?
We're getting your basic statistics. We're getting the statistics on what type of violent crimes are happening, other types of crimes. What's really exciting for me is this new Chifley Commander is actually going to break those statistics down yet again. So, for instance, with our domestic violence statistics, she's going to break the perpetrators down so that way we can see what group we need to target with education. So, for instance, we don't know if it's white males aged 18 to 21 that are committing most of these crimes because those statistics have not been broken down. That is the type of statistic that the new commander is actually going to break down for us so that way we can start navigating paths to see what areas of the community we do need to target with education, mental health, drug and alcohol control. It's just, that's where we've been stuck. We haven't been able to get the statistics on the statistics to do with the victims and the perpetrators, where now we will actually have those broken down statistics to help us navigate which area we do need to tackle.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Statham, back to you.
Yes, thank you. I spoke to I think she's going to be an absolute gem, a breath of fresh air. And her husband apparently is a police officer, is that correct, Councillor? Yes, so she has assured me that she will assure anybody else that he is going to be out and about in those tobacco stores. And in Portland, unfortunately, we've got a crime rate at the moment that's not bad, but it's certainly not good, and very young students from school. So, there needs to be somebody out there that's going to, try and retain what's there and not get any worse.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate on this?
Mayor Coleman, I know that I've spoken, but could I just add some clarity to why Councillor Marnie questioned why homelessness ends up in the crime committee?
Sure.
I'll be
very
quick.
brief.
The reason it ends up there is because the only reason I'm happy to be corrected is that the police can move someone on is if there is a threat or violence. There has to be a criminal behaviour to actually move them on. The police can, if it's on council land or private land, confiscate and remove their property, but to move them on, there's got to be criminal activity, as in threatening behaviour.
Which I accept.
Yeah, okay.
But the broader issue of homelessness is this is not the home for it.
All right, we understand each other's views on this. I think I'll give Councillor Fredericks a right reply now. If you don't need one? Okay. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Now, we're now at 2.6, the Sports Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Councillor Goodwin, you expressed an interest in this. Would you like to move these?
Yeah, I'll certainly move this with a...
you have a matter arising, I believe.
I do.
Yeah, so you're moving the minutes and you have a matter arising. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
I need a seconder for this. Councillor Marnie seconding that. Councillor Goodwin, you have the floor.
The Sports Advisory Committee was a good meeting. We spoke about all of the stuff sports-wise in the last few months. We worked out in relation to the Red Carlton Senior Sports Star of the Year Award for March and new bookings approvals. We still need to do some work on it. I've committed to sit down with the staff to work on just new ways to go about the Red Carlton Sports Star before the next meeting. So, and I did bring up in general business an issue that I want to bring up in my matter arising.
Great, thank you. That's fabulous. Councillor Marnie?
I won't speak too much to this matter. Councillor Goodwin's captured it and also is taking the lead on the matter arising. So I'll let Councillor Goodwin speak to that.
The commentary on the minutes? No? You happy for me to put it? I'll put the minutes. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We come to your matter arising, Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. For me, this is a good news motion. My motion is a proposed renaming of the Bill Ashley Grandstand down at Tony Lucchetti Sports Ground. Background to this, I'll get to who I want to rename it in a second, but the background to this is William Bill Ashley was born near Hay, where he received his early education. He and his brother enlisted in the Australian Army and served in South Africa during the Boer War. Upon returning to Australia, Ashley commenced work with the Sydney Tramways and later become an official of the Tramways Union. He then subsequently moved to Lithgow, where he operated a hairdressing and tobacconist business and held a billiard licence. Ashley entered local government in 1911 as an alderman here at Lithgow Council, serving almost continuously until his election into federal parliament. He was elected Mayor of Lithgow in 1921 and again in 1935. His contribution to the community was recognised with the naming of the Ashley Grandstand in 1937 and Ashley Park in 1958. Ashley joined the Australian Labor Party in Lithgow and served as a campaign manager for B.J. Chifley's first federal campaign in 1925. And in 1937 he was selected by the New South Wales Labor Party as a Senate candidate, subsequently winning that election and filling a casual vacancy to take his seat at the next sitting in the Senate. Now, I'd like to rename that Ashley Grandstand to the Barry Rushworth Grandstand. Barry Rushworth, a proud Lithgow product of Lithgow, rose through the ranks of his local rugby league club before joining the Parramatta Eels at age 21. Within a year, he was selected for the New South Wales state side and later earned his international honours as part of the 1964 Kangaroo Tour. He played 8 seasons in Parramatta, top grade, between 1964 and 1971, before returning briefly to country football. In 1974, Rushworth was part of the Western Division team that famously defeated Penrith 6-2 to win the AMCO Cup, one of rugby league's most celebrated underdog victories. Following his playing career, Rushworth remained deeply connected to the Lithgow community, coaching local teams, operating hotels in Lithgow and Wallerawang, and quietly supporting local sporting organisations for decades until his retirement in 2022. His lifelong association with Lithgow, his national sporting achievements, and his enduring contribution to the local community it is proposed that the Bill Ashley stand be renamed in honour of Barry Rushworth. This proposal is not intended to diminish the legacy of Bill Ashley, rather than it recognises the grandstand now appropriately honour a contemporary local sports figure whose career was forged on the very ground the structure overlooks. My motion will be that Council proceed to rename the Bill Ashley Grandstand as the Barry Rushworth Grandstand, subject to community comment consistent with our policy of 10.3 naming of Council's facilities. Number 2, place the proposal on public exhibition for a period of 28 days prior to the matter returning to Council to consider the community comments at the next available Council meeting. Point 3, undertake efforts to contact any living relatives of William Bill Ashley to inform them of the proposal and provide an opportunity for them to comment. And point 4, upon approval of the renaming of the grandstand, install an appropriate plaque or information board at an agreed location near the grandstand acknowledging the life and achievements of William Bill Ashley, including the reference to the grandstand's original name.
Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Marty's happy to second that. Already spoken to it, and now you've moved it. Councillor Marty, would you like to speak to it?
I won't cover the backgrounding and story that Councillor Goulburn's provided. I'll make the comment that our sports fields are an opportunity to celebrate the greats in our sporting community, and I understand the proposition that's come forward. I know there's community members who support this strongly as well. The challenge for us is, and I'm supportive of that, the challenge is for us as a council, if we determine to rename something that's a commemorative name after someone, we need to make sure that we preserve that presence in our community. So I appreciate that Councillor Goulburn's point 3 is the first step is to undertake and talk to the living relatives of Mr. Ashley and look for maybe if we could open up maybe point 4 to other locations as well. William Ashley's contribution to this community was in political life, being a representative of the community, a councillor, a mayor, a parliamentarian. there may in fact be a space in this governance area that may better suit that, particularly as we go through and redevelop the council buildings, that there may be an actually place or an opportunity to bring that to the fore in our precinct. I think if we don't take consideration along these lines, there's opportunities to rename commemorative namings of all sorts of buildings, halls, streets, whatever the case is, reserves. I think it's important we honour those legacy of those people and the decisions of those communities at that time to recognise the service. So I appreciate that Councillor Goodwin's looked at all of those elements in his motion. I think if we can keep that a little bit more open to look at potential opportunities within our city.
I'm happy to put in after Grandstand or any other appropriate place.
Yep. So I suppose there's a
number 4. There's an amendment. So
Yep.
just for Trinity's sake. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
For the minute taker's sake, what would you like to change?
Sorry, near the Grandstand or any other appropriate place.
Get that? Got that. Great. Thank you. You're happy with that? Yep. Yep. We're good. Right. Okay. Is there any further commentary on this?
Yep.
Councillor Ring?
Look, I'm supportive, but I'd just like on point 4, and this is consistent with the code of meeting practice, and one of the first things I learned in council is you have to be consistent as councillors. There is a cost involved that's subject to available funds. Rather than saying come back, just have it as subject to available funds. That leaves it open to sponsorship. That leaves it open to a whole raft of things. There's no need then to defer it.
You happy with that, the mover and the seconder? That is, you do need to find funds as a clause 310.
Yeah. That's right. I'm only doing it so we're consistent and we approach everything we do.
Yeah.
I think subject to available funding, where we get it from doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And we may have it in discretionary funding depending what the cost is and how we decide to do it.
Because it does say under 310, you must identify the source of funding for the expenditure that is subject of the recommendation. So are you happy for that added point? It is required.
I think there's I'll obviously Councillor Goodwin can speak for himself. I don't think the costs will be significant, and I do think there will be members of the community who may in fact want to contribute to those smaller costs to see it happen with some expediency.
So Councillor Goodwin, you're happy with that as the mover as well?
Yes, I am.
Yep, you're right, because I need to get acceptance from both. Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
That's fine. I agree that it's probably not going to be significant cost, but we do need to be consistent as councillors in how we apply the rules and how we present ourselves to the community.
Is there any further commentary, Councillor Tasso?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got to go against this. I'm not happy to bump someone for someone else. And I don't think Mr. Rushworth would be happy with bumping someone to get a grandstand. He's just that sort of fellow. It's a shame that this wasn't done in the background rather than in public. And had it been decided that he could be bumped, and he was happy to be bumped, or the relatives were happy to be bumped, then so be it. There are other ways to recognise Barry Rushworth. I'm surprised certain things haven't been done in the past, but I'd be certainly more than happy to recognise him. But I think there's other ways, or there must be something else that we can recognise him rather than push someone else off a grandstand. A lot of grandstands, a lot of country grandstands, regional areas, this is not an oval where you get naming rights because you pay the top of dollar down in Sydney for a stadium and all those sort of things. I'm sure there's other ways to recognise Barry Rushworth publicly, and that's why I say I'm just. And I think now you've got it public. You're now going to put pressure on the family, not his family, the Ashley family, in regards to do we, don't we, and all that sort of thing. And that's why I'd rather not see this go ahead tonight. I think there are other ways to go back and do something in the background and find something else and do some other inquiries before you make a formal motion in regards to this. There are other ways to recognise him, but bumping someone else that's passed is a little bit disingenuous of the family, and now the pressure's on the family to give up that, whatever their, like if that was for example, a Vietnam veteran, or sorry, a person out of the World War I or World War II, whatever it may have been, would we be doing the same sort of thing? They've earned their right to be there, unless there was a new grandstand or something like that, then we do something. But I'm not happy to bump somebody, and the way this looks at the moment, we're going to bump somebody, we're going to put pressure on their family and relatives to make a decision one way or the other. There must be another way of leaving it the status quo and finding something else. There is another way, maybe not a public monument, but I'm sure there might be some other things around that Barry would be more than happy with, rather than be putting the pressure on some other family that's got a history to the grandstand.
Thank you, Councillor Ticehurst. Councillor Statham first, and then Councillor Evangelidis.
I agree with Councillor Goodwin that, Barry Rushworth needs to be recognised for his outstanding service to sport and as a business owner for many decades. Now, I was asked to put Gary Taylor, better known as Snag Taylor, up to call the grandstand in Creamer Park now Gary Taylor Grandstand. It has caused much grief, and then we found out that you're unable to name something from council unless they're deceased. So that rule may have changed, I don't know, but that's not long ago that this occurred, and then he was deceased and the town was split in half with Craig Bellamy and Gary Taylor. So I really think, something outside his hotel would be amazing. It would be amazing to call it Barry Rushworth because he played most of his games there. However, I don't know whether it's legal at the moment. They were looking at changing that. I don't know whether it is legal, but it wasn't 2 years ago. It was illegal to put anyone's name on anything in terms of... Councillor Ticehurst, you don't recall that?
No, what you're talking about is roads, the Blanchards, and you're talking about public streets and so on. There's a geographical names board that does that, not the council. You're talking about road naming.
No, I'm talking about the grandstand in Portland.
I wasn't aware of that, but
yes,
I was aware of that. I remember that situation.
Yes, so I think that we have to find something. I think Councillor Goodwin's motion is very good and his request is excellent. There would be very few people that would not be happy. But we need to find out, is it possible before he is deceased? It would be great if it is, because he'd be acknowledged. But I do agree with Councillor Ticehurst on a matter that if Councillor Goodwin really goes, does that special investigating to see what the family of the other person thinks. Because, yes, he's grandstand, but, also Wang is moving along and so is Portland. It's a tourist area. One outside his hotel he's owned for years, one sort of statue or plaque or something. I don't think it might be as grand, but it might be more personal too because he spent a lot of his life there. But we need to just check, is it... I know for something for sure, if it's a really big project, it is not allowed to be named, but that could have changed now.
General Manager's actually found something, I think, that he needs to read out. Would you like to just advise the councillors?
Through you, Mayor, I was just checking the relevant policy, which is policy 10.3, naming of council facilities. So this is a council policy, it's not legislation, of course. It states, as a rule, names of living persons will only be assigned to facilities where the person is of great eminence. So it is possible, but it's a council decision.
Director Browning, you wanted to add something?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, also states that the process is the initial process goes through the Community Development Committee as well.
So I'll have to go through the Community Development Committee anyway. Okay.
Can I just make a statement to that? That's a council policy that talks about going to the Community Development Committee. This issue has been raised and discussed at the Sports Advisory Committee meeting, which I believe meets the intent of the policy, and it's the most appropriate committee to have discussed it.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, Councillor Evangelidis.
I agree with Councillor Ticehurst. I'm not a fan of rewriting history. in any shape or form. I'm positive that we could find another avenue to recognise his great achievements. And yeah, but once we do that, then there's really, it kind of opens the doors a little bit. Are we going to change the name of the showground? Are we going to, I mean, it's, yeah, just, I really believe we don't rewrite history and we find another suitable location.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
I think the answer, the answer here, I think, lies in your second statement here, which says it's got to go on public exhibition for 28 days, and then the matter returns back to council, considering community comments for the next available meeting. Now, though I'm totally in favour of doing something, Barry, and whether it be the grandstand, I'm totally, you know, I'm certainly pretty keen on those sort of ideas. But I also do agree with that idea of, you know, removing someone that probably has already been there. Look, and I do agree, but something, I think we should be talking to both families on this. Maybe we should be talking to Barry's family for that matter. So if we get a consensus, maybe we can come up with some sort of an arrangement that probably compromises everybody. Makes it sort of, you know, even if you call the football ground the Barry Rushworth football ground, you know, not the stadium or the grandstand. I don't know, but I know the family very well, and I think they're probably up for discussion on it. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any further debate? I'll come back to you.
Just a question, Mayor.
Sure.
I'm wondering whether the mover and seconder would be happy to withdraw it tonight and bring it back, rather than have it one way or the other tonight, if they would be happy to bring it back in a different format at the, knowing what they will then know, and bring it back in a different format rather than just go ahead with this tonight.
Would you like to defer it? You want to pursue?
I'm not going to defer this. I'm going to pursue this.
Okay, that's good. That's good for you. All right. So, write a reply, Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, Barry Rushworth is certainly a town legend, and not only a town legend, a Western region legend, and is regarded in high stakes in the rugby league community throughout New South Wales. Sports fields names have been changed on sports fields throughout history. There's no reason why we can't change the name of a sports field. Bill Ashley, yes, he did serve as mayor here on 2 terms. He was a senator. That was back 100 years ago, not in this century. And I would challenge most of the people that go down to that grandstand that would even know that it was named the Bill Ashley Grandstand. I'm not taking anything away from what he's done, and that's what I'm not trying to do. I'm not trying to take anything away from what Bill Ashley's done, as I've put in my motion, that we acknowledge Bill somewhere in either close to the grandstand or somewhere in Lithgow, the council precinct, stating all of his achievements and all of his efforts. But for a contemporary, this is the most appropriate spot that Barry Rushworth can be remembered and immortalised here in Lithgow for another 100 years at least. Yes, Barry's a very humble man, and I hadn't spoken to Barry about this. I bought this, but I have spoken to some of his sons, and they were all for it. So I have spoken to them, and they think it's a very nice thing to do for Barry. I would hate for something to happen to Mr. Rushworth in either now or in the next couple of months. We're not getting any younger. I'd like this to happen, instead of kicking it down the road where maybe something might happen, we do it posthumously. I wouldn't like that. I'd like to do something while he's able, here and now. So that's what I'm moving.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? The matter's been carried. Thank you. We'll move on from there.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, if I may.
Yeah, what would you like to move?
Given the number of items we've got left, I believe it's appropriate, given that staff do have to travel some distance and roadworks, that we conclude the meeting at 10:30.
Yep, so you're moving a procedural motion that we finish tonight at 10:30 and that we adjourn the meeting to when? Well, I, as chair, can decide that. We'll move it till Monday. So adjourn to Monday? Yep.
You can move it.
All right. So that's a procedural motion.
Well,
I'll put that. Hang on.
Might I alter that? We're coming up with questions on notice now.
We'll get through the questions on notice, but we won't get through the motions.
All right, so we'll adjourn the motions.
We'll see. So the procedural motion that I've got has to go forward first. So the procedural motion that I've got in front of me is that we finish at 10:30 as per the Code of Meeting Practice, and we adjourn till Monday night on the next Monday. I've put the procedural motion to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We finish at 10:30 and we come back on Monday. Okay, so questions on notice. Okay, let's do that again. All those in favour of the procedural motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, so no. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, it was lost. My mistake. We continue through, okay? At 10:30 though, we will need a procedural motion to continue until the latest at 11 o'clock. So I'll just let you know.
The policy that it finishes at 10:30. So
yes,
instead of debating all this, please start so that we might get a fit.
We actually have a policy that if we don't finish at 10:30, I need a procedural meeting. I need a procedural motion at 10:30 to continue at the latest till 11. That's what we've got. So, question on notice, Councillor Ticehurst. Can we just get on with it? 4.2, Councillor Ticehurst. So you've got nothing. Okay, so the question has been asked and answered. We move on. Yes, you can ask the question. Sorry, page 65. What was your question?
My question is, what makes Councillor Ticehurst think that the Lithgow 27990 is my page? And my second question is, we gave $15,000 to a bird festival. How is $10,000 to Ironfest huge?
Would you like to answer those, Councillor Ticehurst, or would you like? No. Okay, he doesn't have to.
It's got relevance because it's written here in a public paper.
He doesn't have to answer. He can take it on notice. You don't have to answer. You're not obligated.
Could I ask a question for you to the administration, please?
Sure.
On this matter. Council approved a budget, I think 45,000 for these projects. Decisions was made by the administration. There's no need for it to be brought back to council. Is there a need for it to have been brought back to council? Because my understanding it's well under the delegation of management.
Who would like to respond to that? Director Elwood? Or General Manager?
Through you, Mayor, just speaking in general terms, if there's amount that's in the budget, it doesn't, as a total amount for events, it doesn't need to come back to council.
Okay. Any further on this item? No. Okay. Question on notice 4.3, Councillor Ticehurst's Transport for New South Wales traffic count. It's been answered. It's been, you right with this, or would you? No update. You're right. Thank you. Question on notice 4.4, Councillor Ticehurst's category of land ratings. Have you got anything to add to? Nothing further on that. Righto. Notice of motions. We've got Councillor Fredericks. Your notice of motion is traffic management and divert route. What would you like to move? And do you have a seconder?
I would like to actually defer this till next month.
Sure, happy to do that. So we'll defer that. Councillor Marnie, notice of motion, role of council car park and supporting Main Street retail and in transit tourism. What would you like to move? And do you have a seconder?
I'd like to move the recommendation with a slight change, so that the recommendation will read that the council works with Transport for New South Wales to make our car parks more visible through the strategic location and use of compliant signage. Add to this car parking capacity by immediate opening of the car park attached to the Hoskins Institute for Public Use. Now, the change I'm asking for, and I've provided that the Trinity, this particular car park is to principally be targeted at eastbound traffic, because the notice of motion is looking at in-transit, what I'll loosely call in-transit tourism. And three, that if, in taking into account the management comments, and that's why I'm bringing this additional point, that if a new use is determined for the Hoskins building, that public access be modified to meet future needs for the attached car park. So that's what I'm moving. Thank you, Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Evangelides? Yep. Councillor Marnie?
Okay, I will speak to this briefly. I think our signage, as far as the blue parking signs, EV charging stations, etc., in the car parks are not as well expressed as they could be. I note there's the whole traffic issues created a significant challenge for us as a community, but there are businesses out there who want to see what opportunities present themselves. Any of those out in Main Street, lots of the cafes are doing pretty well, and also there is a lot of people travelling up Main Street now to stop. We want to build habits if people are travelling through our town. So in a nutshell, I'm asking that Council works with Transport for New South Wales in an advocacy role to talk to that issue and to improve the signage, and also that the Hoskins car park is open until there is a determined use for it, because it's a lost asset that could be providing some economic stimulus at the moment. It doesn't cost us anything. It's an asset we own, and it's closed on the weekends, and potentially not accessible during the week. So that's essentially it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Evangelides, would you like to speak? No, you're happy not to. Any further commentary on this matter? Councillor Reid?
I fully support point 1. There's this notice of motion, and through the chamber, and it was transmitted through council to Transport for New South Wales for signage at the top of Scenic Hill, as well as before McDonald's. Stop Revive Lithgow. I met with Minister Saffin, Minister for Disaster Recovery and something else, small business. She was very supportive, but when it went to Transport for New South Wales, they declined it. So I'm extremely happy to try again to get some promotion. I can't support the second point, and I can't support it for the following reasons. There's no evidence to support the need for additional parking, and is this location suitable? No risk assessment has been provided on the use of the facility, inclusive of entry and exit onto Mort Street. Remember, our staff are actually turning left when they leave the workshop and coming up Gasworks lanes. I had an office down at the university with the chamber, and getting out there in the afternoons and turning right was impossible then. On a Friday when there's heavy traffic, nearly impossible. Disability access. How will you deal with exiting the facility for disabled people, particularly mobility impacted visitors? There are steep steps going up, but that's it. No one with mobility issues will be able to use it. How will this impact on the security of the Hoskins building? The cost of implementing this idea. The entrance road to the car park is in poor condition, and it's not suitable for two-way traffic. For a car park, for an office, or what it was being used for, fine. But if you've got a lot of traffic going in, people don't know there, it's a very tight bends. Does Transport for New South Wales and the police support this proposal? Because it's got an impact on the road and a lot of safety issues. And although it looks to support a number of small businesses, it's actually providing very little relief or support for those businesses that are really adversely affected by the road closure. Now, I appreciate there are Main Street businesses that want to take advantage of the fact you've got a lot more traffic passing through. But I'm not convinced that opening this is the correct answer. I have no problem with the third point. Except once you open it up for public use, it's very hard to pull it back. Once you tell people this is a public car parking spot, it is forever. So I'd like to amend it. I'd like to delete points 2 and 3, and I'd like to add an additional point, which is, or add a second point, that is, refer the use of Hoskins Institute car park for public use to the Traffic Area Local Forum and to the Infrastructure Committee for consideration and advice to Council.
Councillor Martin, are you happy to accept that?
In the spirit of the conciliatory culture we have in this councillor group, yes, I'm happy to do that, noting that we do have a meeting in a couple of weeks. I think it's important that if we want change, I know. So
that's a yes then? Yeah,
but I'll just make this point, that we don't end up sending it off to a committee where it dies in a corner.
Yeah,
so I will be taking a very active interest in assets that we could be utilising to provide support to businesses. Happy to consider all the comments that Councillor Ring has made, and the challenge there for a council with disability inclusion plans, access inclusion plans, is how does the Hoskins building go forward with its primary car park?
You're happy to accept it. Councillor Evangelides, you're happy to second? Okay, great.
Could I just make one statement? I wasn't expecting the conciliatory approach, and that is what I propose will allow the Police Transport for New South Wales and other members of the Transport and Local Area Traffic Area Local Forum to consider the potential risks and hazards related to this proposal, and that the infrastructure can actually have a site inspection go down and discuss the use of the facility, particularly within terms of the long-term use and of what works are required to make it usable.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry,
no,
one last comment.
No. You have to wait to write a reply. Is there any further debate on this matter? Yes, you do. Right. Is there any further debate on this matter? No. Okay. Councillor Marnie, you write a reply.
A straight comment. I've learned to understand that getting elected as a councillor doesn't make you an expert in all things, and I'm certainly not a traffic engineer, so I am happy to accept what Councillor Ringer's proposition, that we invite a few experts in, but as I said earlier, I'm not comfortable if it goes off to the committee and dies in a corner.
Thank you. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Before you go anywhere, Councillor Goodwin, are you leaving? Yeah, just before you hang on. Under 18.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice, we as a council decided that we would conclude no later than 10:30 p.m. It is now 10:31 p.m. I need a procedural motion to either extend the meeting by a maximum of 30 minutes or I need it by maximum of 30 minutes. So you're moving procedural that we have 30 minutes, so 11 o'clock. So Councillor Tysus is moving a procedural motion that we move no later than 11 o'clock, because that's all that we're allowed to do. I'm going to put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We've only got until 11 o'clock, okay? And then we go. We have no option. All right, Councillor Smith, you're up. It's Councillor Smith, application of Bells Line Expressway.
I won't give Steve too much opportunity on this one.
That's all right. We need to, what are you moving?
I accept the council's management comment, the management's comment on this. The resolutions were put in some time back, and Councillor Tysus actually pointed these things out, and I was supporting fully on this.
Before you go on, I need to get some. So you're moving at the council note, the management comment. I need a seconder for that. Councillor Marnie. Okay, sorry, Councillor Smith, go.
Yeah, I just want to give a bit of commentary. I just think that it should be pushed ahead, because the future of, let's say, the Great Western Highway is still got to be put back in place. I agree totally, for the benefit of the people down there, the residents, and as whatever might concern, what the road concerns. But I think a major highway should be what's entailed for the future. And I think it should be, the advocacy should be still pushed to try and do this, and best we can. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Money? You're right. Any further commentary on this matter? No? All right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay. Councillor Tysus, you've got motion 5.4, numbered street addresses for all Lithgow City Council facilities. Would you like to speak?
No, I want that moved to the next council meeting.
You're going to defer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Tysus has deferred his. You've got another one, Councillor Tysus. 5.5 we've dealt with. 5.6, Councillor Tysus, 194-year celebration of the Victorian Pass and Mitchell's Bridge in 2032. What would you like to do with that?
I think we can shorten that up tonight. This changes the original motion, which was to have a celebration in 6 years.
Right.
This is to have it in the next 6 months before we do, whatever happens to the bridge. In other words, it's a bit pointless doing it in the year 2000, on the 200th anniversary, because there won't be one. So the convict bridge will be gone, and this is to have it now while in the last sentence it says, whilst the Great Western Highway remains closed both at Mount Victoria and Little Hardy. In other words, we have nothing up top and nothing down the bottom. Now would be the time to have that celebration and celebrate 194 years, because the original motion was for 200, and that's not going to happen. Mm. So, and we've got the task force, we've got all that. Okay, there's no reason why that can't happen.
Yeah, you're going. So your motion is basically to ask the task force. Hang on, I need a seconder for this. Councillor Frederick seconding. What would you like to say, General?
Through you, Mayor. Just to note that at present the Mitchell's Causeway is considered a work site that's closed for public access. So there may be possible to have something around it, but
I'm not talking about the bridge. I'm talking about the bottom of Little Hartley where there's nothing.
Yeah.
And Mount Victoria up the top where there's nothing.
Yeah, there of course.
It's not on the bridge.
There's shops that need customers down the bottom as well. Yeah,
no, that's right. Well, there's nothing there, but you could put 10,000 people there and there'd be nothing there.
I don't have any problem with this. It's going to go to the task force. They'll make a decision on it.
No, that's right.
Yeah, and as I said previously, I got told by the minister nothing's off the table. So let's put it on the table. Yeah, put it on the table. They will make the decision at the end of the day. Any further commentary on this? No? Okay. I'll put it. If you're happy, Councillor Tyson, for me to put. Oh, Councillor Frederick, I didn't give you right. Second. Sorry, I apologise.
It's just an excuse for a big street party. We might as well do it.
Love your thinking. That's fantastic. All right, Councillor Tyson, would you like a right? You're happy for? I'm going to put this. All those in favour? All those against? Is there any against? No, that's carried. We'll take that to the task force. Where are we up to? Business of great urgency. Has anybody got any business of great urgency? You'll have to put it to the councillors.
Sorry, Mayor. I have an item of urgent business. If everyone's deemed...
You'll have to move a motion
to
the council and ask them to consider it.
Okay. My motion. There is a DA 05826 on exhibition at the moment. I've received objections from the public. I'd not usually bring this to council because I'm not against the proposal, however, I am against a proposal where a DA appears to be lacking in certain areas. I've submitted an email requesting the DA to be called in. However, the DA is only on exhibition for 14 days and the event will take place prior to the next council meeting. Development applicant is that's...
Okay,
I'm actually calling an item in.
You just call... Yeah,
however, it's only just gone on exhibition and it's only on for 14 days.
Why is that?
That's not... Can we get some advice? Because I don't think you need to bring that through to urgent business.
Spoke to... Anyway,
can we get some advice on that? Does that need to come through as urgent business? A DA can be called in by a councillor at any stage, or... So if it's called in, that stops that process, I thought.
No.
Oh, okay. Can we just get some advice?
Yes, the development application is for an event, and council has received that event in the past couple of weeks. We have put it on public exhibition. The call-in during the public exhibition period is the appropriate action. The period for 21 days of standard public exhibition is our standard, no less than 21 days for DAs. There is an exception for discretionary reasons or for other matters of urgency that the administration can take for reducing the period of exhibition from 21 days, which is a decision that we made because of the timeframes that the DA presented itself to be able to deliver the event.
Okay, so we'll consider it a matter of great urgency. Put your motion. So, yeah, I don't know what it is. Councillor Goodwin, you know.
It's called Burning Seed. It's down at Glen Ellis.
Okay.
Burning Seed. Seed.
Anyway,
S-E-E-D.
let's put the motion,
Sorry,
Councillor Goodwin.
Sorry, if I could, just for clarity, just before the motion's put, when is the closing date for the submissions? And given this is an event and you've said there's exceptional circumstances, is it appropriate? I mean, it's been called in, that's not going to stop you guys from processing it, but should we have an extraordinary meeting to deal with this matter?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think that's the dates. The April the 21st of went out. It finishes on the 11th of May, and the event date is the 15th of May.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is urgent. Can you put your motion, please? Councillor Goodwin, please put your motion to say that it's urgent.
Yes, that's my motion is that the calling of this DA is urgent.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Oh, I don't need a seconder for it. It's a procedural. So everybody in favour of considering this urgent? Yeah. Everybody? Hello, wake up. Yeah. Yes? All right. Carried. Okay. Councillor Goodwin, you're moving that the DA be called in. And what else are you asking for? An extraordinary meeting to determine it?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and for council staff to review it prior to the extraordinary meeting.
Okay. So
just to review the DA.
Is that what? Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
And we'll. Yeah.
And I'll circulate the comments that I've submitted to the
councillors. Are you happy to do that? Okay. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? That's being carried. Right. We'll sort that out for you. Any further business of great urgency? No. We now have a closed council item. I need to ask those in the public gallery. Are you okay for us to go into closed council? Yes, I'm getting that a yes. All right. I need a procedural motion to go into.
Yeah, moving to close.
Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Ring. If there's no opposition, that's carried. We go into closed council. If we Thank you. Welcome back. I will hand over to the General Manager who will read out what we've just discussed in closed council.
Thank you, Mayor. For the confidential item grant application, Council resolved that Council accept the successful grant application subject to the execution of the funding deed. Point 2, add project income and expenditure budgets of $258,500 excluding GST with no co-contribution as proposed, and note that the full payment schedule is to be confirmed in the funding deed. And point 3, authorise the General Manager to finalise and execute the funding deed and associated documentation subject to the final terms being satisfactory and consistent with the submitted application and budget allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Meeting is now closed, 10:43. Thank you, councillors. Travel safely home.